Did I? Okay. I hope that I set everything up. I just kind of pressed the button. I saw the shiny button and I pressed the button. Um. Hmm. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. We have a shopping tag? Build excitement by releasing products in your stream. Here's how it works. Tag products and create a drop. Start the countdown to release products in your stream. Time's up. Viewers can now buy these products. Okay. I'm gonna press the button. Okay. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have pressed the button. Okay, I don't have any products. Never mind, I can't do it. I'm sorry guys, we can't tag, share, and earn today. I don't have enough products to sell. Anyway, cold open. This sweater, my mom got it for me for my birthday. It's a quarter zip, you know, and all the kids have these memes about quarter zips nowadays. So quarter zip is pretty cool. I was watching the State of the Union address. Any Americans out there? Man, what a time to be alive. Truly. Beautiful stuff this morning. It's just insane. It's insane. Did you hear that America's trying to buy Greenland? Fucking Greenland? I feel like they got it rough enough already. You know what I mean? They have the highest suicide rate out of you know every country in the world. You know, so I feel like they have it rough enough already. Imagine if they were a part of the United States. You know, they would have it even worse. You know. So there's that. We're apparently trying to create a satellite dome over the entire world so that we can shoot down missiles or some shit. That's pretty crazy. That's also pretty nuts. So I don't know. I just saw it in my YouTube recommended, and so I was like, okay, I'll watch this. Why not? Because I'm bored. So I watched it. I was looking for a job, and then I found a job, and heaven knows I'm miserable now. So what's been happening with the project? Well, you know, the last time I was live, I got really annoyed. The truth is that I've long since reached the goal. You know, I implemented Flowlenia in 3D on Windows XP. I should be happy with that, but I'm not. And I'm not a physicist, so I can't really figure out how to, you know, mathematically do what I want to do. Which is something that's actually pretty difficult, right? The problem is, right, is that we have these patterns, right? And even though mass is conserved, it doesn't mean that the patterns are going to last forever, right? They always die out, which is a really big problem for me. I want them to last forever, you know, because I think it would be neat to just watch it, you know, and not have to press the restart button. Of course, you could just make like a something that just presses it for you, I guess, but that just kind of feels like, you know, it's not one continuous sort of experience, right? And so I've had this like real difficulty in trying to figure out what I'm gonna do, you know, because I don't know. I should be satisfied, right? Like, people come in the stream whenever I'm doing these streams nowadays, and they're like, what are you working on? What are you working on? It's like, you know, everybody has like some clear goal of what they want to do in their fucking head. And for me, I don't have that clear goal. I just kind of do whatever. 'Cause whatever. But with this, it's just kind of like, you know, frustrating because, you know, I don't know. I feel like a failure even though I haven't failed. Does that make sense? Yeah. Kind of does frustrate me. It's like that with everything I do, right? It's like, even if I, you know, finish my goal or whatever my goal is, I just like, you know, I'm never satisfied, man. I'm never satisfied. So, no matter if I finish it or not, you know. And for like the outside world, when, you know, they come on the stream or whatever and see me, you know, upset about it, you know, it like, you know, oh, maybe this guy isn't good at programming or whatever. And I don't really think it's that I'm bad at programming. I think I just never am happy with whatever I make, you know. Yo, what's up, Mano? So there's that. Anyway, what I'm going to be doing today, I don't know if I'm going to be, you know, wrapping all the way up today, but I'm going to be, you know, moving a few of these things into the UI. Right now what we're watching is the advection mode, and we're going to make different modes. We're going to make a classical reintegration mode. Just like literally putting them in if statements, so that, you know, you can press a button in the UI and it'll be able to switch the mass conservation mode. And a few other things like that, like our Sobel borders and stuff we haven't put in the UI yet. At the end of last stream, we did do a few of these. Like, we did, this is the sum temporal averaging, right? So if you make this go up, then it's going to go faster, technically. Although right now, velocity is capped, but we can bring the V dampening down and you see it slows. So that's cool. You can also make it go faster, which is pretty cool. But yeah, like I said, it's always going to die out. And the reason why it's dying out is because the formulas we are using are dissipative, apparently in nature, right? And so what you're watching isn't mass not being conserved. It just dissipates to the point where we can't see it anymore, right? So, yeah. Is this Game of Life? I mean, Conway? No. It's derived from Game of Life, but it's a physics simulation that's, you know, derived from it, yeah. But yeah, as you can see, so you get structures like this when we have the ISO value all the way down, right? that is something that will happen, right? But that's the dissipation that I was talking about. Is that we do eventually dissipate. It's just that we can't see it anymore because it spreads out to the point where it's completely. They call it contrast. We lose contrast completely, which means that we can't see it, right? So that's the problem. And believe it or not, this problem is not trivial to solve. Not trivial at all. It's very difficult. And it's simply impossible to solve on the hardware. So, yeah, especially in 3D. So, sorry, can't do it. But I did reach my goal, I guess. So, there we go. Anyhow, I'm going to have to separate these into different modes, I guess, since we have this, which is the regular Lagrangian advection stuff. Here's what the velocity ended up with, which it's basically averaging the instead of a moving average. So yeah, I learned about this actually. So the velocity, you're not supposed to have velocity as a moving average, which is what I had it as before. Instead, what you're supposed to do for velocity is you're supposed to just like add f, which is force. You're supposed to just add this and decay it a little bit every time, instead of having this, which is a moving average, which is what I had. Apparently you're not supposed to do this at all, and this is like a big physics no-no. But I didn't know that because I'm not a fucking physicist. But, you know, I had this idea of like the moving average of the f into this v instead of just having the f. And I think it was a good idea, right? And so that's what this is all based off of, the v instead of the f now. However, you know, it doesn't solve the problem, and you see here how I've tried to help the problem out by normalizing the length, you know, every time it's greater than 0, right? However, it just doesn't work. It's very impressive what I'm doing on stream. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. So yeah, it is a problem. You could also, what you could do technically is you could have two different ones. Like we could have this and we could just do it again for the v itself, right? And then normalize the v. I just, you know, it's just like you're slowing the velocity to such a slow point that you know, I mean, technically this should never die out, or it might. Yeah, I think it still will. It's just going to be going so slow that it's going to be impossible to tell. But basically what I'm doing here is I'm normalizing the velocity and the force, both of them, every time the magnitude of the vectors are greater than 0. But it's still gonna die. Yeah. It's the equation, you know, there's not much that I can really do about it. It's quite literally the equation itself. And so that's the problem I've been having with it, right? Is that, but it doesn't seem like there's anything that I can do about it. So, you know, like sitting here and trying to to fix something that's not fixable is pretty much, you know, just a waste of time. So I have to maybe call it. Maybe someday some physicist comes on to the stream and tells me how to solve the equation. That would be really neat. But the only way I know of keeping mass in this equation is apparently there's these like Jacobi equations that you could do, but they're so computationally heavy. I already tried them. It's just not gonna happen. It's not even close to being able to happen. It makes our calculation time like 7 times what it is currently. So 7 times is just not feasible for us, unfortunately. Yeah. There's no way to optimize that. But anyway, I'm just going to modularize these so that you can swap them in the UI panel. And that'll be that. Yeah. I also do briefly want to try reintegration using the velocity instead of the force, the pure force. We did try this last time, and it didn't really work out. But I hope that now with my new velocity equation that maybe we're able to get something right. And so the mu is of course the displacement, and so we would go into the mu to do this. I'm just making sure. So we're adding destination into destination. I think we still have destination here. Yeah, we do. Okay, so that's what I'm going to try is changing the mu to be calculated with the velocity instead of the force. But the last time we tried this, it didn't really work. Yeah, you get these really like expanding patterns that just because it's purely Gaussian, so it's of course going to just expand out, which is also, kind of meh. And we are adding grids, so there's no there's no growth also inherent in the simulation right now. I got rid of all of it to make everything as clear as possible. So there's no growth. Yeah, there's no growth. It's just literally there's no growth. This would be the growth, but I got rid of it for the sake of clarity. Also, something I realized here, this is completely incorrect because this is multi-threaded, so this is really incorrect actually to ever have this on, because of course this is touching the same memory as the different threads, so that's obviously completely incorrect. I didn't realize that last time. I kind of just like, it was one of those things where I was like lying in bed or whatever, and then it just like popped into my head and I realized it like the other night. Yeah, but like, yeah, it's just gonna be Gaussian bulbs that that expand, unfortunately. I think that's because the velocity is just, it's just pretty much linear, it's pretty much always going to be going in the same direction and never changing, and so we just end up with those bulbs that just expand. Not much that I can do about it. Of course, that would be different if we could get like pure reintegration like this working, but we're never going to be able to get it on this hardware. We're just never going to be able to get it with 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 a radius of more than just one. It's just not possible. It's just literally not possible, unfortunately. Yeah. And this is highly sigma dependent as well. What's a DD? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the problem when it comes down to it with this stuff is now we're adding like a temporal sort of thing on top of it that it doesn't really agree with. So I don't think that you can use the force for when you have a yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the reason why I'm doing this right now is I want to make sure that it's going to be possible for us to make two different modes, one for the regular advection and one for this. So I need to figure out if that's going to be possible for us to do both. I just don't think so. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is implemented correctly. It's just I think you might have to wrap this like this is what I discovered. Oh, also what I discovered was you can't do fmod like I was doing. Fmod is slow, and I was right about that, but you can't just approximate it by taking off the decimal part when there is the possibility of negative numbers. I didn't really understand that, and also in my defense, the fucking the literal oh, this is adding back and not grid. That's probably has to do with it. Apparently not. Anyway, what I was saying was that yeah, apparently you can't do that thing with fmod like I was doing it because of negative numbers. It has to be yeah. Yeah, this does suck. I'm gonna go back and see in the old codebase what I'm doing wrong. Because theoretically this should be exactly the same. Except for this. This is supposed to be this pattern, but also... yeah. If I want to be exactly true to the original. But I want to re-implement this so that... so that we at least have the correct implementation here. Okay, there we go. It is slow, but that is because we have all this other stuff going on that isn't necessarily a part of the implementation for it. Yeah. Yeah, you're just gonna get expanding bulbs like that. I think that it's kind of uh, unavoidable. But yeah, that's why I'm not like entirely that happy with it. But yeah, that pretty much is just it, you know. Also, this is their exact formula. This is just us doing it by hand instead of with the offset row like they do it. It would be exactly equivalent if we just did the off table sides and then wrapped it like they wrap it. I don't have the code on hand anymore, but we should probably recode that just to have it. So I'll do that now. It starts at 0. Yeah, this is just less than off table dot row size plus. Yeah. So this is just gonna take the place of that. It's the same thing, just now our calculation for this is going to be does X already? Yeah, it is. So this is Rx because it's a roll. It's going to be X plus what? Dot dot X. Yeah. It's this. But yeah, this is the reason why I'm probably kind of just like done with working on this after this. Like I'm not a physicist, right? So I already completed my goal, right? I'm just kind of always unsatisfied and trying to push things further, but in this case I just don't think it's literally feasible to do it, you know, which sucks. But if I knew that it was possible, right, and like that it was just the hardware and like my knowledge about the hardware holding me back, you know, that like, oh, maybe I had to learn simd better, or I had to, you know, figure out some memory layout that would help us here, I would do it 100%. But just literally not possible. Literally not possible. So yeah. So this is going to be one of the modes, right? And then that's going to be the advection mode. And then we'll have this mode down here just be the classic mode, which is what we had before with the kind of noisy, blobby looking stuff. So that's what we'll do. But first of all, we have to make buttons that have strings. So there's that. I don't really want to call it classic, to be honest. We're gonna call it SRT. which is going to be singular reintegration. And then we'll have mode RT, which will be a reintegration. Then we'll have advection, right? And I'm not sure what else. I think there's at least one more out of what we came up with. Yeah, I think that's actually it. Or I can't think of the last one. We went out of bounds. Oh, okay, yeah. So I stopped allocating this because... Yeah. So we have to fix that then. First of all, where is this? It should be right here. Oh, it is here. It's just all commented out. So I was going to not allocate this anymore, but we should probably allocate it. We just have to do the thing where we, of course, you know, just do this, right? What I think I'm going to be working on next is possibly a PS1 emulator. Well, I'm not really sure actually, but I've been watching this guy. I've been reading this guide that this guy made about it in this very long text file on his GitHub about, like, you know, going through all the registers and stuff and what they do on the CPU. And so that's been really fun to read. I don't really know. It's gonna be hard if I try to do it, right? It's not an easy task, but I think it'll be a lot of fun if I try to go for it. Whatever I, you know, have to come up with a new project to do, it always is hard for me because I'm typically someone that, like, whatever I work on has to be kind of very interesting to me, or else I'll just, like, get demotivated and stop doing it. You know what I mean? So for me, it's very important to find something that's, like, you know, interesting, especially if I'm gonna be doing it on stream or whatever. Like, if I just do it on my free time or whatever, then it's like, it's fine if it's not interesting, because then if I get bored or whatever, then there's no, like, consequence for me getting bored. You know what I mean? But, like, if I'm doing something live, then it has to have, like, some interesting quality, or else I'll just get bored. So, yeah. Oh. Yeah, I expected this is exactly the same, by the way, what I'm doing here. It just has a singular radius around it, and so, you know. This is reintegration. Yeah, so there's that. Yeah, I think probably a bit of the reason why it's so weird is because we don't have this as border none, possibly. It is even slower than it started out with, but yeah, so I think we want to make a separate thing here. For the growth. Because all of these modes can have growth and not growth, and can have growth at different points in different parts, right? So let's just do growth, no growth. We can have growth, inside of the equation, right? Or growth, pre-alpha, and then growth man, this track is awesome. Trying to figure out what to call this. It's growth during the whatchamacallit, the reintegration. Yeah. So in stages, right? Okay. Okay. So before we tie it into the UI, let's do the thing here, right? So the thing is, so with the growth, right? We always can do this into back, right? It isn't always the most efficient, right? But we can actually do so if a growth type is or doesn't equal no growth, like that, then do this, because then we'll always be using growth at some point with the back buffer. Oh, no thanks. Otherwise, we're only going to do it... Well, actually... Yeah. Yeah, because transposition is where we do the growth during the transposition at the end. So otherwise, we're always going to be using the... Sorry, I keep hearing... Anyway, so we're going to be... Yeah. Okay. So that's correct there. Okay, so all the way down into F, we want to make different alpha modes as well, because that's also something that we've come across, right? The different alpha modes is interesting. So I'm gonna call it alpha modes. Yeah. I hate doing this, but then I end up doing it for some of these things. And then it feels right sometimes, but then wrong other times. I don't know why for enums. I sometimes make them plural and then sometimes don't. It's weird. Anyway, so alpha grid. Alpha growth. Well, actually, this is grid growth, using the grid with the growth applied. And then we'll have alpha... alpha GA and alpha GA diff. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that there is another one. I think that I wanted to try something with the velocity, but it's kind of hard to do since velocity is not normalized. So, or well, we do normalize it now, but yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna keep it like that for now. For now, I'm making these static consts because, just, they will change, right? But yeah, just for now, just to have them in the header. Okay, so to implement these different modes, we're going to need to switch case it, right? Unless we want to encase the whole thing in a switch case. The thing is, with branch prediction being the way it is, right? It really isn't that, like, it's fine for us to just switch case it in here because we're never going to be changing modes within a frame. Do you get what I mean? So, what are those emotes? Hey, what's up, Absolute? Three. Oh, yeah. Thanks, CVS. By the way, I don't mean to, like, shit on CVS. Okay, but I mean to shit on CVS. Why is it every month when I go to pick up my prescriptions, right? They always give me a hard time. Okay. They give me a hard time because I have a controlled substance prescription, right? And so what happens is that every month they list it as not being able to be refilled, or that the refill is too soon, right? You go on their website and it'll say refill too soon, even though it's been like 33 days since I picked it up last. And so I have to call every time and then deal with the robot. And then the robot will always say, can't be refilled, can't be filled. And then I have to actually, like, leave a message for a real human every time, every month, without fail. And then they're like, okay, we'll have it ready in an hour for you. And it's like, why do I have to deal with that stress? Why do I have to be like a drug addict? They make me out to seem like a drug addict every time I have to call, like, to get my prescription refilled. It's like, dude, this is a medication that I need. You know what like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's like, it's the weirdest thing ever. I don't understand. Ugh. America, man. It is a humiliation ritual. It literally is. It's like, I don't like, it's literally like, yeah, it's like, it's already bad enough that I have to take this medication, but then I have to, like, explain to you, you know, when I need it too. Yeah, it's whatever. I don't know. But it's whatever. I mean, I got it anyway, so it's like, it is whatever. We should also make these variables. These are respectively alpha, theta t, Theta T or Theta A? I think it's Theta T. I'm gonna check real quick. In their code base, what it's called, what they call it. They call it Theta A. Okay, so I was wrong. It's Theta A. Okay, so we're gonna make these things. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's definitely not whatever because like no, I mean it's literally like the company is just cutting costs, right? It's not actually like the pharmacist's problem. Like the people that work there are good people. Like I know that. It's literally like the company like making their phone system like AI, right? To the and like just so that they don't have to hire people to answer the phones. Um it would be so much easier if they made me call once a month and I just got to speak to a real human being and I was just like, hey, I need my medication this month or whatever. Like, hey, do you have it? That would be fine. But the fact that I have to go to the robot and I have to say, I want to speak to a pharmacist. And then it'll be like, hey, can you tell me what you need assistance with? And then it tries to help me again and again and again. And it takes me like 5 minutes to get to the point where I leave a message for somebody to call me back in an hour. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. That should never be like a normalized thing that happens. It's literally just a greedy company, right? Like there should be people that should be able to answer the phone at a pharmacy. That should be, and if you can't hire enough people, then just don't have a fucking pharmacy. Yeah, exactly, yeah. 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 It's whatever. It's just greedy fucking companies that just won't. No, I mean it's mainly like I mean people just like make it out to seem like when you argue about something like this that I'm like that I'm like, always upset about this or upset about that. It's just like, I don't know. I guess I don't have enough, like, fucking whatever in my brain that makes me, like, happy with everything or whatever, but it's just like, to me, I see something that's wrong and takes advantage of people, and it's like, it's just sad to watch, But yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like, I don't know, it's just annoying. It's annoying to me because it's not only just about me that has to deal with like the awkwardness of it, it's also just like the fact that everybody has to deal with it, that like has a prescription, like everybody, it's not, it can't just be me, right, that has to do it. I don't know. It's everybody, I feel like. I'm gonna start doing the globals and capitals now that we're kind of reaching the end here. It's just something that I always end up doing. I hope that POW... Oh, shit. Wait. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's an ambiguity. These are both floats, though, so it shouldn't care. It shouldn't be an ambiguity. It's... These are two floats. Oh, I have to write POW-F, I guess. Okay, that's fine. I'm sure many NF will agree. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't really like have to police what I say online because I don't know. I'm not really surrounded by people that would judge me, I think, for saying anything like that. So, it's not like I really feel that way. I don't know. It's definitely like I've been told kind of all my life that I'm like overly negative or whatever, but you know, I try not to like surround myself with people that make me feel that way. How many states? Like as in like stayed there for a long time or like stayed there for a while? Or just like drove through. I've drove through like a lot. Like pretty much everything that isn't like at some point, right? That isn't like Texas. I haven't driven through like the northern stuff. I haven't driven through like everything from like Illinois, Michigan, that sort of thing to I haven't ever been to like Oregon and Washington, right? And I haven't been like up to Maine or any of those states up there above New York. But everything else, pretty much. Have I gone to LA? Yeah, I used to live in LA, yeah. I went to college in LA, yeah. It sucks there, so that's all you need to know about it. But you know, California? Yeah. I've been to LA. I mean, like not all over California, no. Just LA. I want to listen to that again. That was good. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Let me see if this still compiles. Okay, it's still super slow because of the reintegration mode, but yeah, okay, it compiles. I'm not sure if having the switch case here is really bad. I feel like because of branch prediction, it should just see that we're in some mode and then just replace the compiler should just be able to do that. Las Vegas, those places are full of dreams. Have you been to Las Vegas? I've never been to Las Vegas. Or maybe I've driven near it, but I haven't been to Las Vegas, no. I always wanted to go to Las Vegas because of all the Las Vegas movies, you know. I thought that me and Las Vegas always would get along, you know. To be honest, I'm kind of that type of person, you know, that likes to, you know. But yeah. We can scope this, so I don't know. It's not a good place to be. That place too good to be true. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a... Well, Las Vegas is kind of like a place where you go to, like, you know, lose yourself, lose all your money, you know, that sort of thing. So, in that sense, I think that I would have always liked Las Vegas because it's a place for all the fucking crazies. Surely a lot of them I wouldn't get along with because they're probably really racist and mean too, but, you know. Am I from Europe? No. I'm from New York, but I live in the southern United States. No. I love the southern United States. I love it. Can you tell how much I love it by the sound of my voice? It's fucking awesome, man. Fucking awesome, dude. I feel like we're gonna update the velocity no matter what. No matter what mode we're in. So growth, no growth, growth pre-alpha, growth RT, growth transposition. Maybe we do a pointer thing, actually. Also, the growth pre-alpha thing doesn't even matter. Because this, we have this grid growth here. I wonder if the growth is, I wonder if it would be interesting to do just the growth as the alpha. I feel like no, because this is already the growth, so you're interpolating the growth by the growth, so I feel like that's probably not that great of an idea, to be honest. So I feel like this one, you just get rid of this one. Have I experienced the bubble? No, I have not. I think either my parents or somebody else was telling me about the, isn't that a Stephen King book that they adapted or something like that? Or was that The Dome? Yeah. Somebody was telling me about that at some point. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do the growth. I think you want to do it outside of here. Yeah, so what is this? This is just oh shit. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that we can't just stash a pointer because this has this memory layout that's kind of disgusting. So we can't actually even do that, which sucks. What I was gonna do is I was just gonna stash a float pointer here to give the array that we're gonna be referencing, but we can't do that because it has the cursed memory layout. So yeah, you have to actually do it inside of here, which isn't great, but you know, we'll just have a simple if statement then that does it. I saw this movie last night. I saw the second one before I saw this one. I saw this movie last night called Orphan. This is horror movie. I can't spoil the twist, I guess, because if you haven't seen it or whatever, you should go watch it. But like, man, dude, the dad in that movie, dude, I love the movie. I think it's a good horror movie. I'm a big horror movie guy, if you didn't know. But dude, the dad in that movie pissed me off so much. Like, as far as horror movie characters go, like, there's a level of dumbness that I understand, right? It's a horror movie. You have to have characters that are fucking stupid, but dude, this guy was like next level. Next level. Orphan, yeah. Have I watched Wolf of Wall Street, Superbad, and Hangover? Yeah. Except for, I think I saw Hangover once, but I don't really remember it. Speak No Evil? Yeah, I've watched Speak No Evil, yeah. That's a fucking very, very, very hard to watch movie. If you're talking about like the original version, yeah, I've seen it. That shit is a fucked up movie, man. That is a very hard to watch movie. Like, seriously. Seriously, man. That movie fucked me up, man. And I'm like usually a big, like I can stomach a lot, but man, that movie is messed up, man. Like, fucked up, dude. Like, seriously, man. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking cursed, man. What did I call this? Mode type. Yeah, I know the movie. Yeah, I know what movie you're talking about. If you're talking about the one that, the original, like, European version, yeah, I know what you're talking about. That movie is fucked up, and the ending is fucked up, man. I never hear anybody talk about that movie. I don't think that it ever got the attention that it deserved, because it's like, it's such a, like, scary movie, man. I was telling my sister about that movie. Yeah, it's it's quite a movie. It really is. It's crazy. And Get Out, I haven't seen. Well, I think I saw it at one point, but I don't really think I liked Get Out very much. Mind-blowing, mind-bending? I don't know. I feel like... I don't know. I feel like you can totally see where it's going too much, to the point where for me it wasn't really... I don't know. I don't know. It was a bit like too on the nose for me. With like something like Speak No Evil, you genuinely are like, Jesus Christ, like where is this going the whole time? But in Get Out, you kind of know where it's going, I feel like, the whole time. You know? There's way too much, hint hint, nudge nudge about it, where it doesn't feel like it's very, Yeah. Get rid of this. Yeah. Get rid of that. I don't know much about enough about compilers to know like if this is okay for me to be doing, but like I assume that it's like safe because I don't know. If it seriously can't handle that, then I don't know. Like if you seriously want me to make 3 different functions, then like fuck that, to be honest. Just fuck that. Like I don't want to put this all inside of some switch case. That sounds actually maybe that's what I should be doing, you know. Yeah, that is what I should be doing, I guess. That's so fucking annoying. Okay, fine, we'll do that. Some lovely nesting going on here, I know. I'm nesting like a fucking bird right now. Like a fucking beautiful bird. So once I searched up the meaning of that word, how often people say that, like how it makes sense saying that word in every other paragraph. What word? What word did I say? I hope I didn't say anything bad. Like what? What word? Now you got me worried. What word? Why didn't I join the US Army? That's a very interesting question. I did not join the US Army because I don't want to shoot people that don't need to be shot. That's why I didn't join the US Army. That is why. I'm just not I'm not that patriotic, I guess. You know? Oh fucking Christ, I knew I was gonna miss one. 1266. Oh, it's all the way at the bottom. Oh no. Oh yeah. I'm right there with you. C, undeclared identifier. That's not a good sign. That is not a good sign. Yo, what's up, y'all? It's pretty fun though. You get to ride jets, helicopter, and tanks. Yeah, but like, dude, like, you have to shoot people. You know, like that part is not fun. That's the part that they forget to tell you about. That you gotta like kill people. You gotta like straight up shoot people. I don't know, man. I can't really get behind that part. You know, I bet it's a lot of fun. Trust me, I've seen. Listen, I've seen Full Metal Jacket, man. It seems like a lot of fun, man. Uh, yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun. I've seen Full Metal Jacket. I've seen Saving Private Ryan. Yo, getting shot and shooting people. Yeah, that sounds like exactly what I want to do with my life, dude. Like, fuck no. I'm weak. I'm weak though. I'm weak. You know, when I went to high school and when we graduated, you know, there's all these people that went into the army, right? And they got like they got a grant and all this shit, and we, like, you know, when we got our diplomas, you know, they like walked across in their uniforms and all that. I was like, man, thank God I'm not fucking you, man. You could not pay me enough to do that shit. Jesus. Jesus. Now, no offense to the people in the army. Like, you know, I think that there are definitely, like, people that are, like, good people, right? That, like, you know, go into the army. But I just don't really think that the U.S. Army is, like, incredibly ethical for the past, like, 25 years. Brother? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my mental health would also be fucking shot. You know, being like a drone pilot or whatever, man. Are you kidding me? Man, I could not imagine. Especially someone like me. Dude, like, I would... I would not be okay, man. You know? So we can have another iteration down here that does the divergence of flow stuff and the oscillator stuff. Singular reintegration is just like what we did before, but yeah, it's literally just the into the center thing. It's just this and this. Oh wait, hold on, I didn't fucking do the thing. Sorry if you ask this often, but how can I approach my interest in trying to make a PS1 game? Should I learn C first? It depends on what you're trying to... So, if by PS1 game you mean actual PS1 game or a PS1 style game, that's gonna definitely change my answer to that. Because if you, like, came from my series on making an actual, like, PS1 game, then the answer is gonna be very different, right? And if you are interested in making like an actual PS1 game, then you can go back and watch the streams where I did make an actual PS1 game. But if you're talking about like a PS1 style sort of like game and like a graphics API, then my answer is gonna be different. Yeah, it'd be awesome to make a disc I can legitimately run on a modded PS1. Okay, so then that's something totally different, right? So, there is an SDK made by this guy. You may have found it already, but it's PS Noob SDK. Okay, it is ran by this one person, very 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 talented and smart guy. He also has tools that you can find. I forget what the name of it is, but texture tools that help you make textures, or, you know, convert textures that you can actually load into the registers, right? He also has model, you know, packing tools that, you know, help you actually pack and load in models. He has all of that. You should look it up. So PS Noob SDK. It's PS Noob. I'll type it out for you right now. You can also look back at my series. I was very lost. There's really no documentation, even in his library, for setting it up. It was very difficult for me. It will most likely be difficult for you as well. To be honest, I don't really remember the specifics of all of it, to be honest. But if you have any like specific, you run into anything specifically when you're like setting it up or figuring stuff out, I can try and like remember and try and help you. But he does have some documentation in the API. You know, it's mainly the problem is setting it up. Getting the development environment set up is like incredibly difficult. Like, it's very very hard for me. But yeah, so you should learn C. Yeah, that's the only way you're gonna do it, is by knowing C. But also, you'll learn that graphics programming, at least like if you want to do like pure graphics programming, you don't really need to know, you know, C to like an incredible degree to do it, right? Like, graphics programming, especially if you're using an API, is just basically calling the API and shit. It's mainly like what you're going to be doing is looking at his examples, trying to decode how the matrix stuff is, math is done within the API, right? The API replaces the Sony SDK, and it basically just communicates with the hardware, right? And so there's built-in matrix multiplication, matrix transformation stuff inside of there. The difficulty is really creating a system that is efficient enough, you know? Try Unity and Unreal. Fuck off, Rob. Go away. I'm answering an actual question here. But yeah, if you have any, yeah, so I did a series of on it where I made a world with collision and, you know, bee hopping and stuff. I can also give you my file as well, if you know, if you find that helpful. Both engines are suck. Yeah, if you join the Discord, I can find my my files for you. I probably have them somewhere. It would suck if I got rid of them. I don't think I did. I hopefully didn't. I probably have them on some old hard drive or something. I should actually check on that to make sure that I didn't lose them when I migrated OSs. That would definitely be a bummer. No, I have it in PS1. I probably have it somewhere here. Yeah, I probably have it somewhere. It's somewhere here. It's annoying because when I was setting this up a long time ago, I oh yeah, I do have it here. I think it was in FPS. Yeah. Oh yeah, so it's in here. Yeah, I have it. I have it here. So I can send you this file if it helps you. There's a lot of like random stuff in here. Basically, what I ended up getting, I can share the screen. Sorry, So basically, what was going on here when I did it, it's kind of like a war zone, um, but this is the stuff that you're gonna end up doing. Um, they've got all of these different, functions here. So what I'm basically doing here, for example, when I want to draw a triangle, I had, vertex shading for these triangles with multiple different layers. So for example, if you know Silent Hill 2, or Silent Hill and the fog in that game, how they did the Silent Hill fog on the PS1 was it isn't actually a volumetric thing, of course. It's just an illusion. You actually paint it onto the triangles yourself, right? And so that's what I was doing here. And so we have to do all of these like matrix multiplications, which, get our stuff into world space, right? These are all from his examples that you're going to find. And then going down here, this is, okay, so the OT is is a linked list of basically every triangle in the scene, right? Every polygon. And so we're basically making sure that we don't go out of bounds. What we're doing here is we're checking to make sure that basically, so it's a linked list that's ordered by how far away from the camera each polygon is. It's sorted like that, so it draws in order, right? Because that's how things are typically done, right, in terms of depth, right? And so here is how you would do this, right, in terms of like all these different layers on top of these different polygons to get that sort of effect with what I was doing, is you have to emit multiple with different transparencies with the different points, and you need to do screen clipping, and all the way down here I was doing all of the color modulation based on the depth. Okay, so that's basically how you draw a triangle. Okay, so yeah, if you need any of that stuff, then I can give it to you, but yeah, so that's that. The Silent Hill was PS1, yeah. Yeah. Sorry if I went too in depth about that, but I just, Yeah, making the PS1 game was really cool. A lot of fun. Wonder what I'm gonna do next. You know? Still don't know. Yeah, so I wanted to make a thing with oscillators. We could just have a boolean for each oscillator, I think. Yeah, so let's just make a for each oscillator. What this one was just LA for Lagrangian. Don't really know how to pronounce it, but yeah, we should be making these all caps. And then the last one is the divergence of flow. And we'll make all of those options. For now, let's turn them to true just so that I know that they're working. I think Shari is talking to you, asking if you have a PlayStation. I don't have a PlayStation personally. Let me make sure that my screen is on the right thing. It is. I don't have a PlayStation now, or a PlayStation 1 now. Unfortunately, I wish I did. I didn't have a PlayStation 1. My parents got me a PlayStation 2 when it came out, but I never had a PlayStation 1. No. Which does suck. But it's whatever. Yeah, so we're just gonna do the exact same thing here. Yeah, I wish I had a PS1. That'd be awesome. I was thinking about getting one when I was doing the programming the PS1 game, but yeah. I also wanted to get a PC98 so that I could do some kind of programming on that. I find like the sound chip stuff that they have is so interesting, but it's difficult to do. But I mean, it's also like $200 to get one, which is just like, you know, not something that I can afford right now. This is not going to be a switch. It's just an if. I keep forgetting this one. Sorry. Youngsters? Youngsters is interesting. Interesting. Youngsters. We can just skip it if there's none, right? So. Because the work is going to be the same for all of them. Born in the wrong generation. Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should make this velocity or not. I guess I can keep it velocity for now. Should be fine. Wow, I didn't know you were a youngster, Shari. It's wild that you said youngsters and you're that young. That is wild. Wrote 86 lines of C++ code without errors. That's awesome. I can't do that. Am I still connected with my high school and graduation friends? No. I don't think that they we never had like a great relationship. At what age is someone no longer a youngster though? That's a good question. Probably like I think like probably like 20, I guess. At least in my opinion. No lines of C++ in a day is the error, though. That is the error. That's the problem. 28 in June means you're old. I mean, not being a youngster doesn't make you old. That just makes you not a youngster. You know? See, Rob knows all about that because that's what he does. That's Robbie developer. I think that this is, yeah. Communication student. Yeah, that's well, to be fair, I did go to college for music, so yeah. My dad was fully gray by the time he was 30. Damn. That's kind of awesome. I don't know, I always wanted to go gray. If your address comments. Yeah, does this code work at all? I have no clue if I just kind of spaced out. No, yeah, the YouTube emojis suck. Rob loves them though. I probably made a mistake. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. 1197. This is not a thing, is it? Yeah, it's destination. This track reminds me of the Goblin soundtrack to Suspiria. It's not like I have any emotes. So what am I developing? Yo, that's a question I ask myself every goddamn day. I was developing Flow Linear in 3D on Windows XP. But now it's grown a mind of its own. It's like my own physics formula now, kind of. So Let us jump into Vulcan. Yes. Live long and prosper. You know? That sort of thing. Is it actually just this that's making us die out, or is it something else? Because we're not supposed to be dying out like that. Unless I fucking mess something else up. Singular growth RT alpha grid. It could be alpha grid growth, but oh, or yeah. So we didn't do the end part. Okay. We did not do the end part. Oh wait, but TT should be already the back. Oh, we didn't do this. Oh wait, no, we did this here. They call me Dust. They call me Dust. You don't have to call me by that name. Trust me, you do not have to. That name was, you know, something that I, you know, came up with a long time ago when I was edgy, you know. Now I'm Dustmite. Yeah, I don't know why singular isn't working for us. I probably fucking forgot that I messed with something further back in the chain. Or it could be the border as well. Didn't really consider that. Is that a disease? It's a neurological disorder, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, am I a youngster? I wouldn't consider myself a youngster. No. No, I would not. I don't have any of these oscillators going on, so I'm kind of like left wondering. Oh, hold on a second. N is supposed to be 2. We're supposed to be doing that to the power of 2. Yeah, I forgot about that. Can you curse, or is that a no-no? I don't know. I don't really care if you curse. I curse all the time. I don't really think that there are rules. We haven't really had problems with anything, really. But then again, we're pretty small time, so yeah. I feel like oh, there we go. Kind of. Shari, are you old enough to curse? Okay. So there's that. Doesn't exactly seem right though. I wonder if that's because the pause array is +1. Is it +1? Yeah, it's. Let us try doing that just to see, because I want to just recreate what we had before. And back then what we had was a DD of 0.9 and a sigma of 0.5, so I'm just going to recreate it. That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying, yeah. Yeah, see, so now it gets pulled in a certain direction. I don't know how we dealt with that before. Maybe I am supposed to have this? Okay, maybe not. Okay, so... Okay, so... Maybe we should try recreating it completely. So this 1.0 and yeah, I think that should recreate it completely. It is going to be biased in a certain direction though. Or not biased at all. Yeah, I figured that I was going to run into this problem at some point with this, where the old stuff that we used to do, just we somehow broke it somehow. And that's a bummer. Okay, no, this seems to be working properly. Yeah, so this is correct. Yeah, absolutely. I can send that to you later. Yeah, this is back to working. This is what it's supposed to look like. Although it used to move a lot more. The Scary franchise? The Scary movie franchise? Not really, actually. I mean, I've watched all of the Scream movies. I'm a big fan of Scream, yeah. But no. Not the parodies. I'm sure that there are some other settings that we're forgetting, to make this move like it used to. It's also strange because I was pretty like 99% sure that this was 0.5 added here. Like I was pretty sure about this, but apparently not, which is very, very strange that I was off about that. Kind of bizarre. I'm kind of worried that I'm off somewhere else in the math now, that I didn't recreate everything. It's also going to be annoying because I have to like make cases for all of this stuff. Oh, here we go. Okay, never mind. So if both of them are 0.5, then it doesn't matter, yeah. The reason why it probably looks different is because I changed the lighting. I made it have like 3 point lights now, so it has like the light on the top is like yellow, and then the light on the bottom is like blue, and then there's another one that's like red. But I don't think it looks as good, to be honest. Alright, cool. Okay, so whatever I did just fixed it. So what else did I change? Oh, I changed the okay. So yeah, we've got to make that a global then, the normalization, because this only works with no normalization. Or 2D normalization in 3D space. So that's what this is about. Yeah. Actually, it really should be like the other way around, because technically more normalization would be the higher number, or you know, it should be. So I have to swap the polarization. Yeah. Opinion on Linux. So I think Linux is really good. I really like Linux, but it depends what you need. So like, I like Linux for my other computer, right? Because, you know, the one that I stream off of, because I think it's unmatched in terms of like development stuff, right? Because you can just like Pac-Man any sort of library, you know, it's just like completely open to you. On Windows, you're gonna find like really tough time with getting like any development libraries, especially for C development. It's kind of difficult. On the other hand, you have Visual Studio on Windows, so there's also that. So, which has like the best debugger in history. So, it depends, you know, but I think like for most like overall purpose programming, I'd say Linux, right? Just like do Arch or like, you know, Endeavor or, you know, Mint, or, you know, honestly, they're all kind of the same, but, yeah, I think like that's the trade-off, right? Is that you get like the ability to have like, you know, just like at the push of a button have all these libraries or whatever, but you also sacrifice some of the stuff. Sea Lion, yeah, I haven't done Sea Lion, but apparently it's good too. So that is something, yeah. I haven't tried it myself though. But people tell me it's good, yeah. So okay, so now let's try the oscillators. Now that we got that figured out, let's make sure that that works. I'm expecting this to be biased to the top right. Oh, we got the thing back. Okay, maybe it isn't biased. It's hard for it to not become a cube right now. It is very hard for it to not become a cube. I meant to touch this. Seems with any sigma that isn't 0.5, it just collapses, which is peculiar. Okay, well, I mean, to be honest, I never really expected the oscillators to not be incredibly janky. They are kind of just like janky always, so yeah, it does remove your capability of playing League. Unfortunately, that is the truth about switching to Linux. And I know because I did eventually, like, I wanted a relapse, right, at some point, and so I tried, and then I was like, oh my god, you can't play League on Linux, really? You have to say Windows? Yeah, that's the unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, I watch League. I still watch League because, like, I have, you know, I have the players that I follow now, but, like, playing League is just... I think I always just take competitive games too fucking seriously, so I never, like, really enjoyed it. Can we also make something like Obamify? Are you talking about, like, that thing that somebody made where it, like, turns any photo into Obama? Yeah, you could dual boot. My computer just doesn't have enough on the SSD to dual boot, to be honest, but yeah, you could dual boot. Yeah, I don't know, Shari. I don't know at all. Okay, so what are these composed of? This is composed of fx1 minus fx0. So alpha minus alpha times diff. The diff is... Wait. Oh, velocity times the diff. Okay. So that's all velocity, right? And so we could do one with F or V. Oh, what are you saying? What are you saying? Is planning to make it on our prime minister. What? Oh, the Obamify thing. Oh my god. I was like, what are you talking about? Okay. Is the J being used? Yeah, it is used for divergence. But I think that, oh yeah, so this is not even a thing. It's actually just straight up, all of this stuff is down there. My font name. So this is, it's fixed SYS on Windows XP. It just comes with it. I couldn't find, so I tried to do any other font. I can show you my attempts. Yeah, so I can show you my attempts to put any other font on this computer, but it hasn't worked, right? So another font that I use that you can see in like my old videos and my old streams is this font. However, this is what it looks like. It looks super blurry. Do you see? So I've tried like this with multiple fonts. They need to be a certain type of font that's, you know, I would probably have to edit the font itself, but every font that I've tried to do this with ends up kind of blurry. There are some fonts that work, but then the, like Courier Prime looks okay, but it's just not, it's, if any font is like kind of blurry, I just can't use it. I literally can't use it. So my devlog series, no. What I use is Trident. This MX, well, it's actually the MX version of the Trident 9x17, 9x16 version thing. And find it at I'll give you the link. You can find it there. I use like pretty much exclusively fonts from that website. I also use some other fonts, like I use whatchamacallit, I'm not gonna remember it, am I? I was using it the IOSevka. I sometimes use IOSevka. Like in my chess engine video, I use IOSevka just because I wanted people to be able to read it. Yeah. Try JetBrains Mono. Rob, I do not want to try JetBrains Mono. I don't. I really don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But this is not the first time. This is not the first time you've told me to try JetBrains Mono. And it's not the first time that I'm going to say no. Rob, I've downloaded VS Code before. Okay, I know what JetBrains Mono looks like. And I don't want to use it. I'm sorry. It just can't happen, you know. It can't happen. I'm just gonna have it as a bool. I'm a bad guy. Rob, I'm not a bad guy. I just don't like JetBrains Mono. And I'm not afraid to say it. It's just not... Rob, do you see me? I have a beard, okay? I have a beard, okay? I can't do this, can I? I'm just not the type of guy that likes JetBrains Mono, you know? I'm just not, you know? It's just not the way it is. Is having beard bad? No, 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 no. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you have a beard, you likely don't like JetBrains Mono. It's just, you know. At least that's what I think, you know. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe there's a lot of bearded guys that like JetBrains Mono. I just, like, you know, I feel like it's not really in the cards with the personality trait. You pointed out billions of man-outs there, sir. Yeah, you know, I'm sure that there are some bearded men out there that do like JetBrains Mono. I'm just saying that there's gotta be more than less of them that don't like it. You know what I mean? But once again, if you want to, like, you know, do like a survey, you know, we can, like, figure out if I'm right on that, then we can, like, do a survey. I'm down. We also got to make this a thing, huh? Very true. So true. Who will invest for that? I mean, we can, like, pass a flyer around, Shari. It doesn't have to be, like, crazy. It doesn't have to be crazy. Rob, the first font I tried on Windows XP was not JetBrains Mono. It was not. I hate to break it to you. It was not. Sorry, what do you mean by binary font? What do you mean? What is that? Binary font. It's not a binary font. Like, it just types in binary? Is that what you mean? A 0 and 1. Yep, that would be binary. That is binary. You're so right about that. You're so true. I mean, this song is just is so good, right? I don't know. It just kind of is. Yeah, here it doesn't matter because this is just based on alpha, not... Oh my gosh. Is there something called primary, trinary, quadrani? No. I don't know about the quad one. The trinary, I think, is the thing. I think. Yes, it's actually Windows XP. It is on my real computer. I have two computers, one that I stream off of and one that I have a capture card for. What am I doing? I don't know. Okay, so now that we did that, I think I can just delete all of this disgusting shit down here. Say goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye, disgusting shit. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye-bye-bye. Okay. There are a few things that we can do with the velocity, right? Sorry, have you been counting? I wonder if XP can run OBS. Probably not. Probably not. I don't have the machine connected to the internet. One, the machine doesn't have a Wi-Fi card in it. It's only Ethernet. Second, because it's too dangerous, because XP is that unsafe. I really doubt that it can run OBS. And if it did, it would be really, really bad in terms of, like, quality. Like, really, really bad, so... You can screen share with other system of yours? I can. That's what I did earlier, yeah. Very true. Should make a Boolean... for the... mu-vel. Which is the, this. Yeah, it's that. I wish that there was an easy way to do that. It's like, I hate it every time. That's why I hate refactoring on this system. So if you just connect to the internet from XP, you're already screwed? No. No. In fact, I have like a Wi-Fi, like a USB Wi-Fi thing that I got some drivers and stuff with, just to make it easier for myself. But as far as like, I don't know, connecting to anything like a web page or anything, no, you can't do it. Not safely, no. It's just kind of that unsafe, yeah. What's my real name? Is my real name? No, my real name is not that. But you aren't going to get my real name, no. You are not going to get my real name. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did you get it? Because sorry? We gotta move all this shit into the UI after we're done. That's cool. You didn't get the joke? I said I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Do you get sorry? I'm sorry. Sorry, sorry. You know? You keep calling me sir. I'm not really a sir. I'm just a guy, you know. I'm Robbie? Yeah, we know. Trust me, we absolutely know. You don't want to tell me, sir. I'm telling you everything. I teach about the chess engine, sir? Yeah, I do. Yeah, what do you want to know about the chess engine? Do you want to know anything specific? I taught you about that? I did. I did. Do I play chess? I used to play chess. Nowadays I don't though. I get too anxious. Did I hear a thief? No, you know, I hear, you know, things, but no. Yeah. What was my elo? It was like probably like 1,000-ish, 1,100 or whatever on chess.com. Back when I played. How can I merge LLM or chess AI in it? I don't know if I would want my work to be defiled like that. I'm just kidding. Kind of. What's the name of this goddamn variable? Soft clip. Yeah, I don't know if I can tell you how to do that. I don't know. So that's the thing. I don't even know how to do the whole. I don't know how to do even the whole. Whatchamacallit, the whole neural network thing. I could not understand it. I couldn't figure it out in terms of chess engines, so. You used to be legendary in chess? Yeah, I've never been legendary in chess. So we don't have to do this. Yeah, TT shouldn't even be per thread anymore, so that's actually a performance boost for us. We need to... wait a minute. No, it does still need to be. In fact, that's probably where we're wrong here. It does need to be per thread because... Yeah, we do need them separately. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I had it. I have it in here. So if I want to go to growth transposition, now we should only see growth after the fact. Undeclared identifier. Oh. I said growth into. Oh. Oh, sick. That was cool. Hey, what's up, Schneider? Mr. Dark himself. It's good. It's good. I'm just, you know, I'm just doing my thing, you know. Fucking around, finding out, you know. It is kind of annoying how, like, normalized it is right now. It used to not be like that, and it used to be more... Yes, chilling indeed. I was talking about some movies that I've seen recently. I saw Orphan last night, which is like this, you know, maybe you've seen it. It's like this horror movie with this orphan that they take home, and then it turns out that she's like a killer or something. It was alright. The dad in it was such a dick. It was like, it's like the most deserved you know, fate for a horror movie character ever. It's like Intestines movie, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it used to not. The girl does have two ponytails in it. She does. It's actually not a bad movie. It's not bad. It's just like, I don't know. She's definitely like, it's a good movie. It's just like, so the whole thing with the movie is that the mom is like an alcoholic, right? And so it's like, that's the reason why nobody trusts her the whole movie. Like, the dad just doesn't trust her because he thinks like she's just like blaming all this stuff like on the child, even though she's the alcoholic who's doing everything or whatever. And then it turns out, like, big surprise, no, it was actually, you know, not her. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe like trust the woman you're married to a little bit. I don't know. Like, I don't think that just because she's an alcoholic, she's like trying to kill her kids. I like, what? Bone Temple? No, I didn't. I didn't see that. I did not see it. That does sound like something I would like. That sounds metal. I'm like a horror movie guy. But yeah. It's very, very... It was a frustrating movie because the whole time, like, she's like, hey, this kid is evil. This kid is evil, you know? And everybody's just like, shut up, you alcoholic. It's like, fucking Christ, dude. Like, give the lady a break, man. And she's been clean for like a year or whatever in the movie, and like everybody is just like, you know, ganging up on her. It's like, fuck, man. 28 days later is awesome, yeah. It's awesome, yeah. Have I watched From? No, I have not seen From. I've not seen From. trying to wonder what else it could be. I mean, it's technically the STA, technically, but I feel like even without the STA, it was not... Maybe it's border wall. No, it's border none for sure. I don't think it is. All right, peace out, Demetrio. Thanks for hanging out. Now, yeah, I don't think it's this. No, this is more lively for sure. You listen to horror stories to fall asleep? Yeah. I used to do that with true crime, but nowadays I can't really stomach the true crime stuff, to be honest. It's really, really hard for me to actually enjoy it very much nowadays. Shit just fucks me up way too bad. I'm not even using V for anything, am I? I should not be. I don't think I am. Yeah, I've been thinking about like what I'm gonna do next, Dark. I think I might do like an emulation project or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what you think about that. I don't really know what I'm gonna go for, but I was thinking like PS1. I definitely want to do something like, I don't know, visual, I guess. Maybe that's hard though. I'm trying to set everything back to what it was, but it doesn't seem to be like really. Visual is good for YouTube. Yeah, good for the algorithm. I think what's good for the algorithm is me not being dumb. I think that's good for the algorithm too. So my visualization is out of my level. I still haven't know what you're making. I mean, I mean, I don't know either. So that's very true, I guess. We could turn it to RT and then still have the DD of 0.9, like the fake DD. That's technically what it was before. Technically. Have I ever made a compiler? No. I have not. I have not made a compiler. I don't know if I would like it, to be honest. Maybe I would. Have I visited the Wall Street? Yeah, many times. Well, I mean, not like many times, but yeah, I've been there plenty of times. It's not a great place to be honest. It's like a lot of guys in suits. What happened to the OpenGL project? My game engine? Nothing. I just kind of, I don't know. I got to a point where I didn't want to work on it anymore, you know? It was just a lot of like, I don't know. It got to the point where it was just like me making a game rather than an engine, and so I kind of lost interest in that, you know? I think like, to me, like the coolest part about like making an engine was like making the light mapper, making all the shit that I had to go through with making collision, with making the bounding boxes, and making like, you know, hitboxes, making animation, you know, all of that shit was just like the fun part. And then once I got to the part that was like actually like, okay, now you've got to like put it all together and then like use it for something, I was like, no. I made it, and it's kind of, you know, impressive that I got to that point, but like, I don't know. The rest of it was just kind of like, I don't know, boring to me. I know that like pisses people off or whatever, but yeah. I could try not calicking it, actually. That's how it used to be, technically. It was just mallocked, and that was the bug. Have I buy the stocks from them? I've not bought the stocks, no. I have never had enough money to be in the position to buy stocks, no. She wants you, but halfway breaks up with you? I don't think I'm that girl. No. No, I don't think I'm that girl. I never promised that I would finish anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, I never promised anyone, hey, I'm going to finish a game engine and then you can use it, you know? In fact, at the end of one of my devlogs, I went on like a 20-minute rant about how I probably won't finish it, and how I'm kind of known for not finishing projects. Like, so I didn't like promise anybody anything. You know? Yeah, this is just a laggier version of what it was before, but yeah. I know what I want. I want to, like, you know, work on something that I enjoy, you know? And so when I stop enjoying something, then I'm gonna stop doing it, you know? It's very hard to finish a project, at least halfway. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Infinite loop in human form. I mean, we're all Sisyphean. Like, I think that it's just completely nonsense to believe that, I don't know. In my opinion, there's two different types of people in the world, man. There's a type of person that, like, likes doing something, and then there's the type of person who likes having done something. And I'm the person who likes doing something, okay? I like doing something, and I like being in the place where I'm doing the thing, right? And so I don't care about having done something. I don't care about having the moment where it's released into the world and it's finished. I don't give a shit about that. If I'm not enjoying what I'm doing, then I'm not going to do it. Like, I don't really, like, care if it's going to get finished or, you know, not. I don't think about my work like that, ever. And so that's why no boss likes me. Because I don't give a shit about the end product. If I'm not enjoying doing it, then I'm not going to do it, you know? Life is too short to spend it caring about some sort of product, you know? I'd rather just do something that I enjoy, you know? But I'm also different from most people there. I think most people like doing something and then looking back on it and being like, I did that thing. For me, it's not that. Like, I don't feel that way about anything. Like, I can't think about anything that I've finished that I, like, look back on and I, like, feel, like, proud or, like, whatever. Like, this project, when it's done, my chess engine, same thing. I just kind of feel, you know, completely anhedonic towards it. I feel like no kind of, like, you know, good emotion or bad emotion. The whole point of it was the enjoyment I had making it, you know, and now that's gone, you know, because I stopped making it, you know? And so that's just the way I feel about everything. I'm not saying flip them off or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, that's just the way. At least I get more stuff in my portfolio. Yeah, I mean, what I'm talking about is actually the opposite of that. You know, I was asked, like, why I didn't, like, finish the game engine or whatever. And what I was saying is that, like, I don't know. I enjoy doing things and not having done things. So if I'm no longer enjoying making something, then I'm gonna stop doing it. You know? If we can keep going like this without the need of a job, I mean, yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't think that like me making a homemade game engine was ever going to really get me a job, but you know, I do think, like, I don't know, whatever work I end up doing with programming, like, it's gonna have to be something that's something. I don't know, like, it's not gonna be like, what's the name of this? This is yeah, it's this. It might get, yeah, exactly. Like, first of all, like, I never really wanted a job in, like, game engine development. I just think, like, with how the industry is right now, it's just, oh, hey, oops, by the way, I didn't see you there. Yeah, I just think, like, the way I don't know. The way the industry is right now, I just don't think that I'm like gonna enjoy it very much. But, like, I don't know. With the new Terraria update. Yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, I mean, I think, like, my dream job is, like, working with, like, in a small company with, like, a few other guys, like, working on some, like, I don't know, some, like, niche, like, CNC machine software or some shit like that, you know what I mean? Like, that's my dream. It's just, like, a small office with some guys who just, like, we just work on, like, some real niche machine software, you know? That's kind of my dream job. I don't want to work for a big company. I really, really don't. Also, this is fucking fucked up since I needed... Oh my god, this curse. That's cursed. That's awful. That is cursed that I have to do this. Oh my god. I hate this. I hate this. I hate all of this. Oh my god. Now, I don't know if I'm ever going to get that, but I don't know. I just, like, I don't know. I really would, I don't know, I hope one day to have, like, you know, some financial independence, but also, like, I've had that, and I really ended up breaking my back for people that didn't care about me, and so I would prefer to not do that anymore. You know? Of that job exactly. Yeah, I feel like that job, like something like that would be something good, but like it's really hard to find that. But I mean, I hope that one day I find something like that, because that's what I would want to do. Tons of games sitting on the table. Yeah, yeah. He's doing robotics. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like working for like NVIDIA or something, like I would really despise that. I would hate that for sure. Like anything like that, I would not get along with. Yeah, that's the video that I was talking about the other day. I was like, did you hear the Cherno quit YouTube? That's funny. I feel like every YouTuber has one of those videos, you know? I feel like I have to have one of those, you know? I've got to make an I'm quitting. I'm quitting. Okay, so that's that done. I hope that I did that correctly. If I didn't, it's gonna be bad. Am I? No. Yeah, I think that's fine. Why are you saying bro like that? You first need a job. Okay, Rob, you want to give me one? Or am I too bad at programming? Rob, I'll do any job you ask me to do. Okay? Anything. I'll do anything. I want someone who finishes your unfinished projects. Okay, well, how much are you paying? You know me, I'm really good at finishing projects. Well, that's cool that he's using it for something. Why is it so slow? Why is it so slow? So what I'm trying to do today is that I'm trying to like modularize it so that you can turn on all these different types of modes based on you know, the different models that you want to do. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Oh, you know what it's probably... Oh, no, it isn't. It definitely isn't that. I hope that I didn't do this wrong. That would suck. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know anything about the MediaTek processor and the Mali GPUs. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have no clue about that. So I naturally don't have an opinion on it. So I'm sorry. Sorry. You know. Maybe it's the border actually. Might actually be border. So what else did you add, Oops? Maybe it's actually just slow because of what we did. MediaTek and VR headsets. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to read CSAPP. That's what I'm trying to do recently. Will I play the new Resident Evil? If I had a console, I would. I don't really have anything that can run modern games, but I've played all the old Resident Evils from, you know, 1 to 4. I didn't play 5 or 6. But yeah, I'm a big fan of 4. I didn't play the remakes though. I didn't play the remakes. I played the originals like a long time ago. I like 4 though. But man, 4 is hard to play because of how, I don't know. I love horror movies. Horror movies I can do. Horror games I can't do. I got freaked the fuck out, man. So beating 4 was a bit difficult for me. Requiem. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I liked it. I think it's because of this actually. I liked it 4 a lot, but it was so hard to beat because of some of the creepy shit that happens in that game, like the guys when you shoot them, their heads fall off and then like the tentacle comes out and shit. Like that was incredibly difficult for me to play. 4 is not horror. No, 4 is absolutely a horror game. 4 is absolutely a horror game. You're telling me that those guys that their head comes off and then the giant blood tentacle comes out and then like tries to bite your face? That's horror, bro. That is 100% horror. 2 is also horror. Different type. What am I doing right now? So I made this simulation on Windows XP that like is it's this cellular automata named Lenia. I did a flow Lenia with reintegration tracking implementation in 3D on Windows XP as for a challenge, and now I've kind of like added my own spin on the math to make it more interesting for 3D. And now we're kind of like wrapping up the project and like, you know, adding different like modes to the UI and like trying to, so that you can change the visualization of it. That's that. What scared me was the invisible enemies. Yeah. The invisible enemies also like are fucking horrifying. It was never about the bosses. The bosses in that game were not scary. Were not scary at all. Yeah. The shit, yeah, once you get to the castle, everything up until the castle I was on board with, but once you get to the castle is some freaky shit, bro. The enemies in that section of the game, I was like, fuck no, man. And especially because my dumbass bought the Magnum, and so I had no ammo, and so I remember during my first playthrough of that game having to melee through that portion of the game. Like, fuck no, man. That shit freaked me out, man. Yeah, horror movies I can do. I can't do horror games. I could never play any horror games. Like Amnesia, I could never play through it. I could never finish it. Yeah, the spider enemies also, I'm horrified of spiders. Yeah. Spiders, hell no. Have I played the Dark Souls games? Yeah. I used to be a big Dark Souls guy. As in like the PvP. And I used to speedrun Dark Souls 1 actually, yeah. Back when it was feasible to speedrun Dark Souls 1. Nowadays, it's so optimized that it's like impossible to even speedrun it. Like, I remember I got into it when RTSR was really becoming the route, and you know, what was the other route? The mage route? What was it called? Something Crapple Mage, something like that, was going out of style, and everybody was doing RTSR and Black Knight Halberd. It was super annoying because you had to actually just like grind for Black Knight Halberd, and so like it was just like the first 10 minutes of your run, well, it was more like 6 minutes, were just like you trying to get to the Halberd and then just resetting. It's very annoying. I think I added a drag and drop importer. Debug pass. Yeah. Metallic roughness, sick. That is sick. Why I changed myself? I should be a gamer? That was like when I was a teenager. You know, I don't really do that anymore. I'm a Dark Souls 2 apologist, because I didn't get Dark Souls 1 when it came out, right? I played that afterwards during like the Renaissance, but then Dark Souls 2, I was waiting for it when it came out, and my parents bought that for me when it came out. And I was so excited for it. Most people didn't play Dark Souls 2 on release, but I played it like on release, like before all the patches and anything. So I remember like Shrine of Amana, before they patched it. I remember the hours trying to get through Shrine of Amana. I love Dark Souls 2. I don't like what they did with Scholar, though. I think Scholar is awful, but I like Dark Souls 2, yeah. Some bug fixing moved to C++ 20. Oh, that's awesome. That's difficult. Somehow moving to C++ 20. Yeah, it does. It has a habit of doing that, but also it's difficult to keep everything in that in that style, but maybe it doesn't, I don't know. So why'd I become a nerd now? Wait, what do you mean? I feel like me being into Dark Souls was also nerdy, but, you know, maybe not. I don't know, back when I played Dark Souls, it wasn't like a normal thing, you know? That was a pretty nerdy thing to be into. I don't know. At least in my like high school or whatever, I was like the nerdiest person, because I just like played Dark Souls and like Counter-Strike and like you know, League and stuff. Nobody was doing that back in the day. You know, like when I was a teenager, like that I was like way off the grid, right? Like that was such a nerdy thing to be doing. So that was such a nerdy thing. Hold on, the velocity thing is... Didn't I have a velocity thing? I probably need to make another thing for that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've played all the Tomb Raiders up until the new ones. I played the 2013 one, the one that Oops is talking about, but I haven't played the I haven't played the ones after that, or maybe I did play one of them, but I didn't really like it. Let's just put it in. No, we can't because we're switch casing. Well, fuck. Well, this is gonna be annoying. It's a good question though. Why did I become a nerd? That's a good question. I don't know. I was always like reading books when I was a kid, so I think like that just like naturally I became kind of a nerd. I've been doing my brackets like this. I don't really know why I started doing it, because this book I was reading had their brackets like this. And I know it's kind of cursed, like people probably hate that I do that now, but I actually like having it like that. I'm sorry if that offends you though. It offends you, Rob? Okay, well. You probably really would have liked Dust Mite from like a while ago. What type of book I used to read? When I was growing up, I used to read like all types of different books. I read I really liked Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man when I read it when I was like a kid or whatever. When I was like really young, I used to read the Harry Potter books. When I started, you know, getting older, I like read like David Foster Wallace and a bunch of things, a bunch of random things. And then when I went to school for literature, I ended up really getting into Mark Fisher and Ballard. So those are the authors, you know, Lacan and stuff. You know, that's the stuff that I got into. It's all of like psychoanalytical literary stuff. Which is pretty nerdy. So I never liked Noam Chomsky. Like I went to school for linguistics, right? But I always hated Noam Chomsky, and I always thought that he was a weirdo. And now he turns out to be I'm correct because he's in the fucking Epstein files. So I feel like really vindicated, because when I was going to school, they would always play like videos of like Noam Chomsky talking about linguistic bullshit, and I always just was like, I don't like this guy. I never liked him. And now that he's in the Epstein files, I feel like finally I'm vindicated. But yeah. Didn't I label the stream shaders? I was supposed to do shaders today too. I don't know if I'm gonna get to it. Maybe not. Sorry for the shader fans. I have to do the UI stuff, unfortunately. Sure, is the easiest way to become rich is marry a rich one. I think so. I think so. And so that's why I'm never gonna be marrying a rich one. But you can feel free, Shari. You can feel free to do that. It's up to you. My town is so undeveloped, all the roads are cracked. Plague soot everywhere from the mines. Oh no. That sounds like it sucks. I mean, I also live in like a kind of a, you know, not a big city. But get the W. No, I'm all good. I'm all good. Man, this mix is so good. I'm just gonna run it back again. To clarify, I'm not in a suburban area. Australian states are massive. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's similar to America, though. It's like, really, the only pictures you see of America are like the cities. So, most of it is just a bunch of land, to be honest. Like here, it's really just like a bunch of land with gas stations and random like fast food places. You know, and some random like local bakeries and shit, and that's pretty much it. So, sorry, I think I'm missing things because I have top chat on and not live chat. I just realized that. Okay, maybe not. Kangaroo. That's a good Big Star song for any of the Big Star guys. Yeah, that's the worst part about America, man, is it's like, I don't know. There's just nothing, nothing in it, man. There's nothing in it. I think most people don't know that, but yeah, it's just kind of nothing in it. But states are super big though. You probably fit 5 Texas. Yeah, that's pretty massive. To be honest, I don't want to sound like a dick or like an idiot here, but okay, I'm gonna sound like a dick and an idiot here, but I did not know that Australia had states until you said that. So I'm sorry. If it's an enum, it's gonna wrap around a certain value. Yeah, it'll wrap around the top value. Where's DT? I don't know why I always put this shit in the same Do cowboys still exist? Yeah, they actually do. But you have to go out to like Montana, you know, like they're not just like anywhere like in the, you know, you can't just like find them, you know, around, you know. How do I cast this? Can I cast it to an int? I hope that I can cast it to an int pointer and it isn't going to give me any trouble. That would be really mean if it did give me trouble. They walk around in their little hats. Yeah, the problem with the whole cowboy thing is that like now they listen to bad cowboy music. Like bad country music. You know what I mean? Like the classic cowboy is dead. You know? Like the classic western or cowboy is dead. Which sucks. Because I like the... I consider myself a classical cowboy. The mines are American owned. That's fucked up to hear. I'm sorry about that. I'll let Mr. President know that you have a problem with that. We'll see if we can get that fixed up. Fucking hate that guy, dude. I was watching the State of the Union earlier today. Oh my god, man. I don't know why I wanted to watch it, just like as an act of self-torture, I guess, but yeah, you know. I wonder if you can cast it to an int and it's gonna be fine. I think that this works. Don't ask me what the fuck I'm doing now. I don't know what I'm doing, and Okay. Hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. Okay, let me cook. Oh wait, but I need another value in here. Shit. I need the maximum value for this enum to wrap. Fuck. It's built from regions. Yeah, Canada's provinces. I do, sir, don't know what I'm typing. Yeah, don't ask me what I'm typing right now. Okay, I need a maximum value. And so this now needs to have a maximum value. Okay, let me see what's in this. We have the data. We have the data type. I think we gotta put it in action data types. We have to go x int. Yeah, this is what this is for, okay? This is what I made this for, okay? Okay, we gotta focus here. The rest of the stream I was on autopilot, but I gotta focus here. Okay, listen. Okay. We got the action data types, so we go button ex int. Yes, that's it. That's it. Lock in. Wait. Oh my fucking god, bro. I need to get a const char pointer in this shit. Oh my god. Oh no, I can put it in action data. It's not completely over. I can put it in action data. Wait, no, but I can't because I got rid of that, didn't I? It's still in it. It's still in it. Okay, so okay, we're gonna have to okay. Wait, hold on. We're not casting this. You're casting this. Okay, we have extraneous. We have extraneous. Yeah. I just updated my Windows, and after all this time, they finally added the battery percentage display. Yeah. We need additional title in it. Oh yeah. Yeah, the US is not a great place to migrate to right now. For sure. I cannot code more than 3 hours. I can't code less. Yeah, I was watching the State of the Union. He was really proud that we're buying Greenland. He was really proud of that. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about all that. I gotta tell you, I'm not that happy that we're buying Greenland. I don't think that we are buying Greenland either. I don't think that that's a real thing. Also, this is a cons char pointer. I gotta lock in. Tokyo Split does code that long. Yes. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. I'll lock it in. You can just do this. Yeah, I mean, I could probably code for 12 hours as well if I did it like once a month, right? It's kind of hard to do that every time I go live, though. That's kind of difficult to ask me to do. I've also programmed 12 hours on stream, though. If you don't believe me, you can go back to when I did my UI stream. I did a 12-hour stream. Yeah, I think that this works. Hopefully. We're gonna test it out here. Okay, so first thing we want to do is we want to change the border type. So we want to make a text box and then put the button on it. I'm trying to find where we did that already. I think we did that already somewhere. I can't remember where. Well, we can... Subscript... what are you talking about? Oh. I think that you can't cast that. How, what's the... You can't do that. What's this... Oh. You can't do this. That's not legal. That's not legal for you to do. How do you do this? You can't, it's gonna let me go by here. But it's not actually, okay, so it's with these. This asymptotic stuff is what I need to copy down. Yeah, it's gonna let me cast that, but it's not actually gonna work. Oh, sorry. Okay, let's start with the border for the the border for the, sorry, I just like got stuck in my mind thinking about something. The 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 cell bell border, that was what I was gonna say. I don't have border types here. Oh, I do. I do. Okay, we need to make that a global. Yeah. So let me, let me see what this looks like, I guess. Okay, let's just get rid of this. Actually, let's not get rid of this. Let's go to this data will be this. Okay, so here it is. It says border torus, but it's on the wrong thing. Because we were supposed to put off equals border at the top there. Okay, so here it is. It says border torus, but it's cut off. And now if I click it, it still says border torus. Okay, so that isn't working. Yeah, I was worried about that. Yeah, I was worried about that. Okay, I'm going to make it, What is the width should not be M label. I guess, yeah. The width can be like I don't remember what M label is, but probably like, let's do a width of 100. Yeah. It's still not going to change. God damn it. You know, always make a different function. I do wonder if it's changing this, though. We can probably just test it, right? Oh, we never put it in action data. We never put it in action data. Okay, so this is going to be the yeah. Okay, so let's hello? Why? Why is this not going through? I did set the type, right? Set it to DT enum. And I set it to increment. Oh, fuck, that's decrement. Oh, shit. Oh, well, that would explain it. Okay. Can we cast to enum? Like, I can't do this, right? Is this legal for me to do? Missing tag name. It says that you can just cast them to... It says that I can cast it, but it's not letting me. Unless I set EX into 0. Oh, wait, actually, that's probably what I did. Yeah, I never set EX into something, so that's what it is, probably. EX int equals 3. Okay. God damn it. I'm gonna assume that it's this. So let's just try it without that. Okay, let's just try and hit it again and then see. Okay, but what's the value? Can you tell me what the value is, please? No, you're not going to tell me the value. Okay, well, that's not very nice of you. I'm just going to assume that it's working, but this isn't going to work. I probably have to explicitly make it a pointer. Yeah, that's annoying though. Maybe if I do this, does it allow me to do this? Or is that illegal? It might be illegal. Okay, so apparently, okay, so let's try that, I guess. I always have trouble with doing shit specifically like this. Okay, so apparently you can do... Yeah, it's gonna go inside of here. I don't think that I can do this, though. There's a syntax error. So I probably have an extraneous... If I just specify this as 13, does it compile? No. Oh, wait. Yeah. No, you don't need that. Or maybe you do? Nah, yeah, it's still... Okay, so then just, like, do this. Okay, so apparently I'm doing this wrong. Have I wrote any song? Yeah, I've written plenty of songs. Maybe I'm putting this in the wrong place. Shit. We can't do this, apparently. Yeah, I mean, I always don't know how to cast this. I always don't know how to cast this. I mean, it should be legal for me to cast it somehow. Maybe if I do this. This is like the most sane way of doing it. Yeah, now it's mad at me for doing this. Oh, that works, apparently. Motherfucker. Cannot convert from void to const char pointer 13. Void pointer unknown size. See, that's why I thought you have to do it this. Oh my god. Okay. UB. Okay. That's progress, at least. Error unknown size. Sorry, I haven't been reading chat. I've been kind of locked in here. Gaussian splat extension for GLTF. Interesting. Yeah, GLTF is an interesting file format. It was a pain in the ass for me to parse it. What's the fucking syntax for this? Like, it can't be this. It just can't be that. What the fuck? Why is... Okay. Nah, man. Nah, you win on that one, I guess. I have to specify a maximum or else it... Wait. I don't have to? Okay. Well, okay, so if anybody is wondering, okay, next time you run into this, you gotta do this, okay? You gotta do this little thing, okay? I always get stuck on this, and then I always end up just like doing some other shit to get around it. But listen, you ever run into this, you do this, okay? That's how you get around it, okay? You just got to put a thing in the thing here and then a thing over here. And then it just, you know, it just works, okay? Just got to put the thing in the thing. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Because like it's a pointer to a pointer and then, yeah, you just got to put it into some parentheses, bro. No problem. Fucking Christ, bro. Like, what is that? What is that? The fuck are you talking about, bro? What? I can't be the only, like, that's not me, right? That's not just me being stupid. That's some cursed. That's cursed. That is cursed, right? It's just, that's not right. That is not right. Like Doom 2016, the developers struggled to uphold the same level of effects around the OpenGL. Yeah. Vulkan is way easier to do that. Yeah. You gotta move every single like vector size thing to size t. Yo, what's up, Max? I'm all right. You know, I think I'm doing all right. I just had a moment. But, like, look at this, Max. Look at this. You're not going to believe what I'm about to show you. Okay? Listen. We got this. We got this going on. Okay, so, Max, here's a little bit of a tutorial for you, okay? If you ever have a const chart array, okay? You got to remember this little thing here. If you need to cast it, let's say you need to cast it, you need to reference it somehow, you got to do something like this, okay? You got to pull one of these out. Listen, don't forget this. Don't forget this. These two little stars, Star Spangled Banner, needs to be in the parentheses. Keep them in the parentheses. Keep your hands within the parentheses at all times. Okay? Get a little bit thing over here. And then you gotta do around this because you're casting the whole thing. What do the stars do? The stars are pointers, okay? We know this. Okay, you're just asking me because you know, because you wanted to make sure that I knew it. But yeah, the stars, pointers, you know, dereferencing the pointer. So we got to cast it to a pointer so that we can dereference the pointer so that we can index into the array and get a string back. But you got to do the two dots in the parentheses next to the brackets so that you know, it's the correct type. Because listen, you got to put it in the bracket next to the brackets and in parentheses. You can't forget the parentheses, okay? Listen. Because this, that's not the same thing, okay? This is not the same thing. Okay? These guys, they can't be touching the brackets, okay? You got to put this shit, you got to lock this shit down. It also, you can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do that. Okay? Because that's illegal, okay? You can't have them next to the type, okay? I know that in every other case you can do this, okay? You can do this, blah, 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 blah. That works fine, absolutely. Here, you can't be doing that. These guys need to have their own little house over here, okay? Now, why does that need to be? You gotta ask Mr. Bjorn Shorstruck, bro. You gotta ask him yourself. Because I can't tell you. I can't tell you. Okay? There you go. Now you know all about it, bro. You know all about it. Ask Mr. Bjorn Shorstrup yourself, bro. I'm not trying to make fun of his name. I just genuinely don't know what the fuck his name is. Thanks, brother. No problem. No problem. So we're gonna do the next one. It's gonna be called the. Actually, you know what? This should be the border, because we're going in order like that. It just makes sense. It just makes sense in my brain, in my little noggin of mine, to do that. Now we're moving that to a global, okay? Alright, peace out, oops. I usually skip this in uni. It's the first time I ever hear the pointer thing. Yeah, listen. The pointer brackets, they'll get you, man. They got me. They got me fucked up, bro. And it's alright, I figured it out. Did a little Google. I usually get stuck on that for way longer than I did this time, so that's a +1 for me. And where's this border thing? Oh, it's here. No problem. Never had a doubt. The legend himself, the Bjorn Shorestrup, bro. The kettle's boiling so I can hear. Okay. This is also border types. Absolutely. So, yeah, we got the border down there. We got the border up there. DT enum. Blah 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 blah. Also, at the end of all of our, just to be neat and tidy, they're gonna love me for this one. You gotta put this down here, border types. Now they just love me for doing this because now you know, you actually put this as border max, okay? And now we're just scalable. You know, if we want to like deploy this application to the cloud, then we can do that at any point, you know, because now we can go border max here, and they know that it's always going to be the max of the enum. So they love it when I do that, you know. First time you've seen pointer. Yeah, that they don't tell you that in school. They don't teach you that. They forget about that one. They forget about that one. That shit is cursed as fuck, you know? L label is not going to cut it for us. We want like something more specific so that this can fit on a goddamn line. We're going to go with 25. Actually, we're going to go with 30 because that's a bit too slim. Actually, we're going to go with 40 because that's a bit too slim. I don't think my professors even know what... Yeah, I mean... You don't want to know what it does until you need it, and then you need it. You know what I mean? Okay, we got to move everything off by 40, so this is actually a 40 plus the border. Calm Windows trying to schedule a shutdown for an update. Yeah, I never let it update. Oh, look at this, man. It's just beautiful. Fits in line like that. Who made this UI? Is this like a web dev? Dude, I should be a web dev. Are you seeing this shit? Don't let me near React, bro. I'm taking all of your fucking jobs. Alright, peace. Okay. Taking all of your jobs, bro. Okay. Okay. Web dev is hard as game dev. Yeah, bro, it's all numbers. Good thing you pivoted to hardware. Hardware? Yeah, like fucking like chains, wearing chains and t-shirts and shit, you know? What are our other things that we were doing? I have a list somewhere. Okay, I have a list here. Lock in. Okay, so these were the borders. We also have the modes. Right, let's do the modes because this is like the easy stuff, right? Easy peasy now. We have all these modes to do. We're just gonna do them all at once so that I don't have to swap back and forth. Good stream. Much less disastrous than my last stream. My last stream was pretty disastrous. For sure. What time is it? 6:31? I got time. I got time. Not like an insane amount of time, but I got time. That's something that I quote a lot, you know. Fucking The Incredibles, you know, where it's like, I got time. Where's my super suit? Declarations? Yeah, and we're not talking independence. You know me. We're declaring some fucking variables, man. Yeah, we gotta do the same thing, you know. Mode Max? Dude, that's your name. How do you feel to be a part of the program? Yesterday I learned the difference between declaration and definition. Yeah, listen, you click this shit and it takes you. It's the same goddamn thing. Declaration is definition unless you like wasting space. I'm just kidding. Only half. Dude, the clean code guys love declarations, let me tell you. They love it. They love declaring their shit in a place where it isn't defined. They love it. They read clean code. Only definition takes memory. That is true. That is true. That is true. I never really think about it like that, but yeah. That is true. Really, what you kind of want is you kind of want this shit up there. That's what you kind of want. You kind of want it above everything to be like 100% real with you. I mean, not scale and time step or ISO value or channels, but kind of like here-ish. Like kind of here-ish. And we're not doing alpha here. We're not doing alpha here. I was totally lying about that. What we're doing instead of is mode. I called it mode, right? I know, I called it mode type. My bad. Okay. So this is a DT-enum. It's mode max. Okay, this should work out of the box. Right out of the box. If I am like a UI designer and I made good... Oh my god, I'm sorry. I hit the mic with my foot. Okay, so this is the wrong enum. This is the wrong string. Oh, no, it isn't. Oh, there it goes. Look at that. See this? Wow. Taking all your fucking jobs. Look at that. all your fucking jobs, man. What is this? Yeah, you know, like people come on the stream and like ask like what am I working on? It's so I have this idea to bring Flow Linear, which is a 2D cellular automata into 3D space. Okay, so that's what this is. I also am doing it on Windows XP because I love pain, and I wanted a challenge. So that's what I did. And now I'm gonna just like put in different options into the UI. That's what I'm kind of doing. This is singular reintegration. It is kind of behaving like singular reintegration. There we go. And regular reintegration is gonna be laggy. That's some thick title bars. Thank you. Yeah, it is laggy on reintegration. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what Monte Carlo bickies are. I know what Monte Carlo is in terms of the sampling thing. I've done some of the Monte Carlo stuff myself. You know me. Do all that Monte Carlo stuff. Good stuff. I might want to make, so you know what I'm realizing here? I'm realizing that I'm kind of realizing that we're gonna be one off Arnauts. It's like Nestle. I do not have Arnauts. I don't. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think to be honest, we're gonna have to do this a different way. It's kind of cursed, but the UI designer in me is kind of screaming, "Oh my god, it's not enough. There's not enough space." Okay, so what we're gonna do instead here, hear me out. We're just gonna make this button really big. Okay, we're just gonna make this button the size of 2 buttons because we don't have enough. We're gonna be one short, and so we just gotta make this one double. So let's do some addition here. So 100 plus 200 plus the border, which is 15. So let's do some quick maths here. That's 30, 40, 70, 170, 170 plus 15, 185, 185 plus the border, 200, 240, fuck. 240, 200, 240, 340. Okay, I'm not using drawing libs. I'm using DirectX 9 for the simulation. Okay. 340 was the whole thing. And so if we're going to do this, we want to put it into here. So it's going to be 40 plus, so 70, 340 minus 70, minus another border, 15. So 270 to 255. 255. That's how big that should be, I think. Let's try it. Your message got retracted? That's surprisingly close. I thought that I was going to be off by a little bit. I think we added this little border here. So, yeah. So it's 15 off. So it's actually 240. Fuck. No, it isn't 240. It's something in between, man. I'm just gonna guess 245. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, it's 250. It's 250. I was really surprised that I was that close in the to start off with, though. I'm taking all your fucking I'm taking all your React jobs, man. Jesus, dude. I'm taking all of them. Okay. Okay, going back to what we were doing. So I have to do the other ones. So I think alpha mode is a little bit whatever. They can figure it out. It's not like me saying alpha mode is going to make you actually understand what the fuck this thing is doing anyway, so who cares? Hacker News users like your UI. Yeah, I know. I don't know if that's supposed to be an insult. All the things that you say like kind of make me feel like it is an insult every time, but that's alright. That's alright. That's alright. Is it alpha type? It's alpha mode. Don't get it twisted. It's alpha mode. Well, drag and drop feature is pretty much done. Gotta make an importer. Present assets to an assets folder inside the scene folder. Yeah. That is true. That's pretty sick. The last time I did a drag and drop thing, it was pretty like easy to implement, but it also was pretty cool, pretty fun to do. Pretty fun little outing, you know. I gotta copy the other thing. Yeah, I gotta copy this shit for sure. Okay, so this is now going to be the other one, which is growth type. I didn't forget what I was doing, so the growth. I think here I called it mode. Oh no, I called it type. Shut up. Yeah. No, yeah. No. Don't worry about it. That's cursed. That's fucking cursed. Like the entire path adding up to the root, the model being outside of the root. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Working across teams is tough. So do Asana. Rob, why are you like a dick? Honest question. Like a genuine question posed to you. Why are you a dick? 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 Why? Who made you a dick? Why, dude? Why? Genuinely asking you a genuine question. Why are you a dick? Genuine. I made you a dick? I did not make you a dick. You're Sigma? I don't think that makes you Sigma. I'm sorry to break it to you. You're a dick. 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 Okay, but I'm not gonna lie, this shit ain't fitting in the thing. It doesn't fit inside of the thing. Okay, so we gotta make room, okay? Real UI designers know that we gotta make room. Okay? We're pushing it to 75, okay? We're gonna make it fit. Yeah, I think that yeah, that's not gonna fit. That's not gonna fit, brother. That's not gonna fit. Okay, hold on. I'm holding on. Okay, lock in. Because I'm about to blow your mind. We're setting border to 5 instead of the usual 15, okay? And then after here, we then set border back to 15, okay? And we'll just use a smaller border, okay? And therefore, we're gonna make everything fit. It's gonna fit perfectly. Okay, lock in. I think it's actually not that bad. Okay, but the border is fucking everything else up, even though I set it back to 15. Wait, was the border not 15? I don't even know my own border. The border was 5. Okay. Don't panic. Okay, we're gonna go to border 0. Okay, no border. You plan features, write a list in a notepad? I don't even do that. Yo, look at that. It fits. If the shoe fits, listen, look at this. So beautiful. Look at that. Fits perfectly. Never had a doubt. Wonderful. Now, is this a bit scuffed? Yeah. Sue me, okay? It's a bit scuffed. Never had a doubt. We're just going to set it at 5, okay? So that the line over here lines up, okay? Because that matters for visual consistency. I know all about visual consistency. Oh. Oh no. Oh shit. Okay. Here's a big idea that I'm having now. You move mode down here because it doesn't need to be big, and then alpha gets its own thing. Or growth gets its own thing because it's massive, okay? And then alpha goes over here. I think that's what we're gonna go with. I think whatever I'm doing here is just not it. Whatever I just did here, no. You don't want to be doing this. Whatever I'm doing here, you don't want to be doing this, okay? The drag and drop could be cool to not lock completely. Seen some game use it to break the fourth wall. Oh, interesting. Are you talking about... Oh, I thought you were talking about drag and drop within your own menus in terms of debug. I didn't know that you were talking about it in terms of like the game world. That's cool. Sorry, I'm kind of dumb, so that happens with me, you know. Okay, so I think, yeah, so you're just taking this and then moving it up there. 100%, no doubt. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. And then down here you have growth. Yeah. And then growth now gets to 250. No doubt. And drag and drop onto the window to read a path. I'm using it for the engine stuff, but I've seen horror games. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I think so too. I remember that. Are you talking about? Are you referring to that game? That game with the. It was like a game that was like super pixely. What the fuck am I saying? Like retro is like 2009, maybe 10, with the ghost. I'm not being very descriptive, but it like did files on your computer or whatever. I remember that. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but I remember that. Okay, so this one's gonna have to be a big one. No doubt. Okay, it's gonna need to be a bit bigger, but also, why is the... Oh, that's why. I feel like we go down to 65 and then we just play ball. Watching somebody played a game called Kino Pet. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've heard about those newer games that are doing it too. Yeah, you know, like, I'm not gonna get hired at Google for doing this shit, but like, you know, sue me, right? I think you push this to 75. We just call it a done deal and move on with our lives. What's next for us? Right, so we got all these booleans now. We got a lot of booleans. All of these are oscillator booleans. This is the sigma, very important sigma. You know me, I love sigma. We have for add vel. Don't remember what that does. We have mu vel. Kind of remember what that does. And we have these floats. Okay. Let's try and plan this out. GTA 6 is coming. Tell me about it, bro. Tell me about it. Not until those analog horror games that mess with your system. Yeah. I haven't done them myself, but I remember like the father of those games, right, was this game called No Face, maybe, or something like that. I remember when it came out, it was such a huge thing. When I was like a kid. I don't remember if that's what it was called. No, that's not what it was called. That's not what it was called. I'm trying to remember it. I'm scared. I'm scared. That's what it was. There it is. I remember that. I remember playing that when I was a kid. When was this? 2012. 2012. It was a game maker game. That was like the first game that ever did that. It put pictures on your computer and you had to like open them to progress in the game. I remember that. It like kept on exiting and then you had to go back in. Oh yeah, I see. Drag and drop Pokeballs, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, totally. I feel like, what is add velocity? Oh, that's advection velocity, right? If we're using, right. Oh, you've used Game Maker before? Really? Really, Rob? You want to share with the class? Big Game Maker guy? I don't know why I'm being mean to him for using Game Maker before, but or you have your inventory folder and you drag and drop to plays. Yeah, that would be pretty crazy. You're talking about like out of the diegesis of the game, like if you had like image files that you had to drag and drop. That's crazy. That's wild. That would be crazy. Maybe like a really meta, like a meta, you know, like what if you had a meta RPG like that, where you had to actually like draw your own pickaxe, and then depending on the quality of the drawing was how good it would mine. There you go, $1 million idea. I'm just giving them away for free, you know. Just giving them away for free. What am I doing? The question is, right, is like, what do I want to be next on the line here? That's the question. It's going to be next to growth. So maybe something relating to the growth. And then you realize that nothing is related to the growth. Listen, nobody's ever going to use this anyway, so I don't know why I care so much, to be honest. This doesn't have to be 250. This can be 200. Like I don't have any finished projects either. Rob, I do have finished projects, actually. You could use image recognition for that. AI weight tables for detecting characters in pixels. No, it's definitely, the technology is there. It definitely is there. I just feel like it would be kind of hard to do that. And also I feel like it would be very gimmicky. Like, what if you just like dropped in Van Gogh every time? And you just like, that's it. You know what I mean? Then you're just golden, you know? I would need the DT Bool. Where's the DT Bool? Where's the DT Bools? I know I have them. DT Null? Okay, that's not a DT Bool. Where's the DT Bool? Okay, here it is. No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. He does have finished project. See? Listen. He got my back. Y'all got my back always. So you could have, let's say, 20 versions of the pick model. The right one is Interesting. So you would have to pick out the good one. I like that idea. I like that idea. It's very Return to Oz. You ever seen Return to Oz? Where they gotta pick out the right cup. That's the not cursed one. And then they all turn to stone because they're picking the wrong cups. It's kind of like that. Except like with less stakes. That's not gonna fit in there. Let's just do that. What are we talking about? What is your problem? Oh, your problem is that. Yeah, no doubt. Use tooltip. Okay, I don't know what you're yapping about, bro. No clue. I ain't got no clue. Use tooltip? Crazy. Crazy talk. Crazy talk. Okay. That fits. If the shoe fits. Use the pen to slash. I feel like that's a DS game. That's 100% a DS game that we're talking about now. I feel like they made that console. They didn't have good games for the DS though, but I feel like we've just circled around to the DS idea now. You know? N, theta A. So these obviously are going to go on the line together because they're both alpha based. Now, do I remember how to do that? No. It's going to be the exact same thing as sigma and dd. Don't get it twisted. Do not get it twisted. You want to have alpha theta A first, and then N. Is anybody else's stream freezing? I hope not. That would suck. It says that my stream is healthy. So I'm sorry. Is okay? Okay, good. It is fine? Okay. I remember the first stream I ever did. Aria was like the only person here. And she said once like, your stream is lagging, or like, you know, something like that. Hey, I think something is wrong. I think it's lagging. And I was like, I hope that it's not too bad, because that would suck. You know, and she didn't say like anything else. You know, we just like went on talking like usual, and then I looked back at the stream and it was like so incredibly bad. Like it was just like every other second my voice was cutting out, so it was like literally like the loudest noise possible. Like my audio driver wasn't working. And it was like the worst noise of like I've ever heard. And she was just like, oh it's fine. It's just pretty bad, that's all, you know? And like later I listened to it and I was like, what the fuck? You didn't tell me it was that bad. Like, oh man, that was funny. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, the int stuff doesn't work. Okay, we gotta fix the int stuff because the casting isn't working. Every time we have an int that needs to be changed, it ain't working. We fucked something up here bad. Okay, but like, is it really that? But then why does the float one work like that? What? Is it not a float? Oh, it might not be a float. It might not be an int, bro. Oh, I think it's a float. Oh yeah, that's why. Okay. Yeah, my thing isn't wrong. My code isn't wrong, I'm wrong. What's new? Yeah, so this is a DT float. Don't get it twisted. It's just you always want it to be an integer because if it's not, then it's powf and it's slow as fuck. So that's why I thought that it was not. Also, another thing is the H that I realize is the H has also been wrong this whole time. We just never fixed it, but this is supposed to be a float as well. I'm just like actually stupid as fuck, but that's fine. If you have Windows, it is normal to freeze. Damn, Kjall. Damn, Kjall. Really showing who's boss with the Windows, man. That's crazy. You know me, I would never come after Windows like that. I love Windows. So addvel and muvel can go with each other. These can go with each other for sure. No doubt about it. And it's gonna be the same type of business as this. I guess I'll put this code on GitHub soon. So for like the 2 people that were like, I want to read it, then you can go ahead and read it now. No, I didn't do that. Yeah, I did. Oh. Wait. I did add vel up there, though. Shit. We're just gonna have the S norm over here. Wait. That's what I should have put over there. Oh, shit. Okay, that's what we'll do. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put the S norm here. To Sigma. I'll be back soon. Okay, don't leave too long. Okay, you know what? So I shouldn't have done this. It's fine to recognize your mistakes, but I shouldn't have done that. I should have literally just went down here and just put it down here. And instead over here, we're just doing what we did over here. Over here. Because we need a bunch of different buttons. I'm kind of realizing how cursed wait, hold on a second. No, not over here. Over here. This looks like way more cursed than it is. It is kind of cursed, but like you know, the UI situation, but like this is why you know, I'm not hired to use React, so I don't know anything. So okay, so this is add vel down here. And now this is going to be the mu vel. The mu vel. Okay. Okay, let's see how it looks. Okay. I don't really know how we messed up this stuff. Like that shouldn't have gotten messed up. This is a bit long. Yeah. But other than that, I feel like it's kind of good, right? Like, it's not bad. It's not that bad. We could even fit another boolean on here. Go crazy. That's not that bad. Alright, peace out, Oops. Good luck with the work. Yeah, let me see this one more time. Why does it not say sigma norm and it says sigma instead? Oh shit. Wait, what? No, it is sigma norm, it's just lying. That's that, yeah. I'm so confused. Okay, well, whatever. I'll just call it S norm and then call it a day. I think it also needs to be smaller than an L label, probably like 30. So to make room for the other thing. Okay, I don't know why it isn't doing the whole text. Like, let me just see if I can get the whole text in there, but 23 characters should be enough for that. Okay, I guess not. Okay, well that's a disaster to hear about, to be honest. This is cursed. Okay, so that's the correct thing. It's just like we don't have enough room for it, to be honest. Yeah, it's kind of cursed. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of cursed, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't think that it can go on the same thing. This is supposed to be 75, that's why it looks off. I was always planning on making this window a little bit bigger anyway, but yeah, that's not gonna fly, you know. That's just not gonna fly. Yeah. I could squish it a little bit. Or I could just wait. I don't think that I'm gonna get another Boolean to put on that line. I think, to be honest, it just probably has to go down. Yeah, it kind of sucks, to be honest. We could just wait to deal with it later, to be honest. Like, I could just go do the 2 vels now and then just wait until later. Oh, actually, did we do the mu vel and the... Yeah, we did. They just need to be larger. Instead of an M label. I think we were going with 100. Okay, apparently we weren't doing 100 because now that looks too big. Whatever these were. Oh. Well, those also weren't M labels, so that also has to do with it, so whatever. Yeah. Okay, well, I don't really care. Okay, so oscillators, all of these. What time is it? Okay, I got time. Okay, I have to do the oscillators next. So we're gonna get that done. Oscillators. Okay, so each one has a Boolean and then a float. So that's the pattern that I'm going to be doing. So I'm just going to grab the boilerplate for a float and a Boolean and then put it down here. Even though it's disgusting and difficult to deal with. I don't really remember most of this, to be honest, but trying to figure it out. So after I do one of these, it's not going to be that bad, but I've got to do one and then figure it out. Okay, so this one is going to be like a Boolean with like, can I make it an M label, right? I think that it's L label plus border, BT plus border. Okay, so okay, so this is going to be LA val. What did I call this? I'll say LA amount. Okay. Ask LA amount, ask LA amount. Okay. It doesn't have a label, but actually I think that this is fine for it to not have a label. I don't even think we want it to have a label. So I think that that's actually fine. Like, I'm not sure why this didn't work. I think we're just overwriting it, but we don't even want it to have a label. So that's good. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Yeah, we do need this. This is what has it inside. But yeah, having a label that says what it is doesn't need it. Yeah, so I was trying to think, like, maybe, do we want to do 2 of these on one line, or is that too much? It's probably too much. Yeah. So let's just, like, go down and do all of them. Yeah. What was LA? The other one is flow. The good thing is that now it's just a matter of just doing these, and then we're done. This isn't gonna fit in an L label, so we have to make it bigger. Ooh, but this is actually annoying because now that affects everything else. Let's just make it 60 and change all of these L labels to it. Okay. It might not even be enough. Yeah, it isn't enough. Okay, so let's do that, I guess. So what's interesting is that this is getting placeholder plus ODF plus border plus. No, I think that this is supposed to be first of all, off is plus equals M label plus border. Oh, fuck you, Rob. Fuck off. The last thing I want to read is that shitty book. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Except it's not that border. No, you don't need a border because yeah. So it's just that. Yeah. And then it's just yeah, you don't need this. It's just the button border, M label border. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Now you kind of want these aligned, I feel like. Which does suck. Clean code can honestly blow my entire ass. Everything I've heard about that book just sucks. A lot. It sucks a lot. So I think I'm going to go back and retroactively change all of that code to be cleaner, pun intended. Because this is like the correct... Oh wait, hold on. Okay. Nice and aligned. Nice and aligned now. The problem with these oscillators is that I don't really have a way to even get down to the scale that you would like need to be to change them. Because, yeah. So I don't even have the ability to get down to the scale to change them. It's also hard to tell if they are enabled. If they are pretty high, we should be seeing some weird shit happening. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that like weird... Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The wobbliness is the divergence of flow. It's diverging from where it's flowing is what it is doing. It's pretty neat. We are definitely lagging for whatever reason. I think, to be honest, where we're probably lagging is all of the stuff that we implemented today to separate everything. I think that it just can't handle the oh, it's biased in a certain direction. It is. Yeah, you can see the things there. So there's that. What else is there? I don't think that there's anything else that we need to do. I need to fix the channels button because the channels button doesn't... Clean code is dead, Claude code survives. Oh, the original Rob. Get the imposter out of here. What's up, Rob? It's Mr. AI himself. It's original Rob himself. I need the confirming AI took your job and wife. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I had a lovely run-in with AI today, with my CVS prescription. It was convinced that my prescription cannot be refilled. It was convinced. I had to talk some sense into it. In your life? What's the... Oh man, there's a quote that I was about to do. Like, there's this song lyric, in your life, there's a... fuck. It's a good song. Fuck. Wizard level code. Claude Code is a wizard with it, bro. You should see him on the keyboard. He's nuts. He's absolutely nuts. Did I have a no? No, I didn't have a thing for this. Just the problem with this is that we don't actually have. What is it? EXINT I. Okay, we don't have an EXINT. EXINT should be the cap. We should have ranges for all of these values. That's what I'll do next, is I'll make a range thing. But yeah, whatever. The offsets are fucked. I just realized that. Or maybe it isn't fucked. Oh shit, the placeholder thing. Your ability to code for 9 hours. My max is 2 hours. I have trouble doing anything but coding, to be honest. It's really hard for me not to do coding. Right, we have to do the placeholder thing, dude. Shit. How do I do this without it being fucking stupid? So don't do off equals border. Just do the off. Border plus label. I think you just add placeholder onto everything. If I read the entire works of Tolstoy. No, but I have read a lot of Tolstoy. Death of Evan. Is that, I think I've read that chapter too. Long time ago. I think it was pretty sad. Is that the one where he's like staring up into the sky? Or some shit? I think I watched the movie too. And that now is like fucking merged in with the actual book in my mind. But I had a Russian literature class where I read a bunch of everything from Gogol to Tolstoy to, you know, Dostoevsky, you know, the whole gang. So this works, right? Yeah, it does work. Okay, cool. I really liked it, to be honest, but like reading the whole thing is just really difficult. I never finished the Brothers Karamazov either. I read like the first like half of the book, but yeah, I never finished it either. I mean, or something. It's about a rich man that gets sick. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of Russian literature. It's very much like that. That's what I loved about it. It's all very it's very social, political, you know, about like you know, it's very depressing, but yeah. Nabokov? No, I haven't read Nabokov. Should I? You even read books halfway? Oh, fuck off. Fuck off, man. I've finished plenty books. But I've not finished The Brothers Karamazov, no. I don't think most people have, but yeah. The first half was great. Definitely hard to get through, though. Yeah, I'll look it up, Nabokov. I do like the fancy prose. You know me. Big fancy prose guy. Forget what even these buttons are supposed to do, so testing them is kind of... I think it works. Oh, that's cool. Oh, yeah. I have, of course I've heard of it, yeah. I have heard of it. I was supposed to do shaders today. We didn't do shaders today. So. Next time I'll do shaders. I did some stuff today. So something that is frustrating me though is that I see that our Sobel is like, actually, hold on a second. We might actually be single threaded on the sim side. That might be it. I may have done that for testing. Oh yeah, I did that for testing and then I never turned that back. Well, that explains a bit. That does explain a bit. Is the save button working for the new settings? No, yeah, I'm gonna have to fix it, yeah. Definitely not working. I mean, it has nothing to do with the options themselves. It's there's so many different things that we've added since I had the binary saving. But yeah, I have to definitely fix that. It's at the bottom. But I actually have the entire function commented out for that because of that, yeah. So I have to fix that, yeah. But I have no clue what that's going to cost me in terms of you know, mental torture. So this song is literally like the Deep Red theme. That do-do-do-do-do is the exact notes from the theme. Like literally. It's the same exact run. In fact, I can probably like play the theme and hopefully not get copyrighted because this is transformative what I'm doing right now. It's got to be this one. Okay, maybe it isn't this part though. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Do-do-do-do. Hold on. I promise that this is coming. Okay, almost. That was almost it. Okay, I'm not crazy, okay? Do 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 is inside of this song. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Okay, but come on. It's here. It's here. It's here. Dope. There we go. It does it again too. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I proved it to myself. I don't think anybody else needed proving. But I proved it to myself. So when did I start working on this project? Like 2 weeks ago. Maybe a little bit longer. I'm glad you liked it, Rob. Rob Marshall. There's 2 Robs now, so... Yeah, dude, that theme is awesome. If you don't know what it's from, that's a Deep Red. It's an Argento film. It's one of my favorite. It's probably my favorite Argento, yeah. Yeah. So I think that's pretty much it for the day. I mean, I can take a look at the save and load buttons. I can do that. I also need to officially move them all the way to the top because that just makes a lot more sense. Like right below this. But yeah, this function is obviously all. Do I really want to do? The cyclomatic complex. I hope that the volume isn't too loud on this. I fucked up the whole volume thing while I was doing Deep Red. So I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a lot of shit to put in this. There's like an insane amount. There's a lot that I don't even know where to start with. This is what AI is for. I mean, for once, Rob Marshall, I actually agree with you, neighborhood. But I still boycott AI because AI sucks. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, you're so right about that. You're so right about that. You've never been more right about that, ever. So, there you go. You win that one. I can't give it to AI, Rob, because if I give it to AI, then I can't put it on my portfolio because it's going to steal my data. And I need a React job right now. And so therefore I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry, but I can't do it because my React portfolio matters too much to me. In your old days when you get stuck in a bug, where did I find the solution? sometimes never. That's something you gotta like face as a programmer, is that sometimes you're just not gonna find the solution, and you just gotta pretend your way around it until you do find the solution one day. Need to give my portfolio to Sylvan Franklin. Mr. Vimothy himself? I wonder what he would think of anything that I do. He would probably get a good laugh out of it, I'm sure. But, you know. Look at me, using light theme on Visual Studio 2008. He would probably be like, he thinks he's so niche. And I do think I'm so niche because I am so niche. You'd respect me? Really? Rob. I didn't... Rob. I did not think you would ever say something so earnest. Wow. You should teach the other Rob that. He would he could use that. He could use some of that for sure. This is awful what I'm doing here. This is awful. So you get money from coding, because when I see the type of projects you're coding, I think you are just doing it for the vibe. I don't get money for coding. Am I doing it for the vibe though? What does that exactly mean? Am I doing it for the vibe? What do you guys think? Am I doing it for the vibe? Also, I missed Muvel. Or I missed one of these velocities. I didn't do all of them. So. My bad. I totally missed a button. I missed a button. That's bad. What? What? What was that giant error that I just saw? Cannot convert a parameter to a parameter? These are all floats. I don't know what you're talking about. These are all like... okay. I'm just gonna pretend like that doesn't exist, and we're just gonna move on with our life. What? F right cannot parameter. What? Oh, it's something down here. Okay, yeah. It's this. Oh right. We can't write the whole thing because it's fucking it's got the other memory layout. Am I doing it for the vibe? That's a good question. There's Oskfell here too, so we need to make room for that. Oskfell. How could I forget about Oskfell? Don't know. Oskfell? How could I forget about Oskfell? Okay, so first of all, this needs to be less, so we're just gonna make it 50. And the other one 50. It's the best version of Windows XP. It's what I'm on right now, if you didn't know. Thanks for asking. I was just like trying to weasel my way into the talking point about Windows XP, so thanks. Okay, so I'm gonna get really pissed off here because this isn't actually in the correct place, because now this logically in my mind needs to be below the oscillators. I don't know why it does, but that's just like logical for me. Wrong, it was 7. Okay, Rob, that's spoken like an actual like true vibe coder. That's like the most vibe coded thing you've ever said. Glass window? Yeah, I want whatever you're smoking, dude. It's like doing it for the fun, and that is what I was doing that when I was a designer. Understand that coding can give so much fun by Yeah. Yeah, I like creating weird shit. Yeah, right there with you. I know it doesn't fit all on the window, and I know that pisses me off too. Trust me. You're not alone on it. You're not alone there. Also, I didn't actually hook it up to a variable. I'm realizing that now. My bad. Mac OS Snow Leopard. Okay. I mean, I guess, man. Like, I can't argue with it. Okay, we need the borders and the modes and the borders, modes. Hold on, so can we... Okay, so I never f-write enums. Do I just actually do this? And then it, you know, I can just like do an int, right? And that's fine. Or is it like not portable or whatever? Like, I don't know, man. Like, if you expect me to know what I'm doing with that, I don't know. Am I an Android user? No. I don't think that the Android phones are good, are well made. But I also don't agree with, you know, the Chinese thing with the, you know, the making of iPhones in like Chinese sweatshops either. So honestly, the whole thing just fucking sucks. I think every phone sucks. So I think, yeah, that's what I have to say about it. What? What is weird about what I just said? There's nothing weird about that. What, I don't like people getting paid bad to make products. Like, that just doesn't seem right. Like, the amount that they're paid just does not sit right with me. It does not sit right with me. So, sorry if that offends you, Rob, but you know. But I've never liked Apple, especially how they are viewed in America as like this, you know, the middle class, like, you know, option for, you know, whatever. Like, I just hate it. I hate how they're viewed as like this clean aesthetic and blah blah blah, and like under the hood they just like outsource all of their shit and just rip everybody off. So no, I'm not a big Apple fan. I hate it, but I'm not like a huge Android guy because I think that they just make bad products. So it's really shitty either way, I think. It is shitty either way. I just use my phone to order DoorDash. Dude, you are such a war criminal. That's crazy. Yeah, so the fucked up part, I don't know if we have to write all of this. I don't think we do. I have an agentic workflow to... Oh, man. That's fucking funny, man. I think it's actually, so, you know, like, I think it's actually important, everything that, everything that is accumulative, like the velocity and technically the sum, has to be saved, as well as obviously the grid and the temporal average of A. And no, we don't really need to save alpha. So GA sum and velocity. GA sum and velocity, and obviously the current grid are what we need to save. And because of the fucked up memory layout, we can't just f-write it like this. So thanks all of you structive array. Do destructive arrays. Oh, Dustbite, do destructive arrays. Do destructive arrays. Fuck off. They love me when I do destructive arrays. They love it. Claude wonders. Yeah. Tell Claude to do some destructive arrays. I'm sure that he'd like to do some destructive arrays too. Yeah, this is also cursed because now the grid is right next to the velocity, which is, and right next to, yeah, it's, you don't even want to know what's going on here in terms of layout of the binary file. This is like, I've never done anything like this. Send this to, it'll write the code for it itself. Okay. Yeah, I really don't believe in the quality of that, but I think it would definitely make some assumptions about the code base that are probably incorrect. Like inferring the types and all of this. GA is also float, has to be. Now we can do this per channel, and then per channel we do this. Yeah. I think that that's everything else that is per channel. Yeah. And now the cell FFT bullshit. Lock in? Yeah, I don't think that we need, nah. Yeah. We just need the grid ones. That's actually fine. Now the kernels. Okay. Okay, so the kernels thing was okay, so we're not, yeah. So the kernels we just put him there. We just put him there. And they just simmer, you know, they just simmer. Yeah, I think yeah, nothing there changed. I think that that's actually it, believe it or not. Kernel like Linux? Yeah, just like Linux. The Linux kernel, written in C. Rob, do you write C? Do you write C? I almost thought for a second, I thought that was the that was the save, or that was the load. We can't wait for multiple objects. So the problem here with this is that we have to wait until the threads are done, which was the painful thing last time, and now it's even more painful because we don't know when they're done because they're fucking really bad. Okay, so we have to wait for the done event. And that's our new thing, so that we don't write over memory that they're reading from. So that's what we have to do. You write React, right? Rob. I'm right there with you with the React stuff, dude. You know me, I'm a big React guy myself. Believe it or not, I did actually try to learn. Oh no, I tried to learn Spring or whatever the fuck the Java shit. I'm on the Windows 11 development team. We're making the kernel React. I'm not surprised. Really not surprised at all. By the way, I'm not surprised to watch the desert cover over paradise. Huh? A little bit of Jason Molina. No problem. Okay, I'm about to leave here actually. I have to eat. I'm like, you know, I've been here for 5 hours and I didn't eat before those 5 hours, so that means that I have to eat. So I'm gonna finish this though. If it isn't too cursed, if finishing this is fucking cursed, then probably not. But bedtime. Is that for you, Rob, or are you talking about me? It is not bedtime for me. I'm probably gonna watch another movie tonight, and I'm wondering what I should watch. This is, yeah, that's fine. 1 a.m. here. That's rough. Good night, Rob. 4:30 a.m. here. Wow, you guys are probably live in like a much better place than America, huh? Based on the survey that we just did. Oh, we have to init the kernel. Can't forget about that. Can't forget about that one. I'm under no I'm under no assumption that this is going to work. I'm under no illusion that it's going to work. Fread cannot convert planner from float. Oh, this is a 1. Very true. Very true. Rob. That is crazy though. I always find it like so insane, like the that like so many different countries I've like met people just from pressing the go live button. It's pretty crazy. It always surprises me. Okay. Lock in. Okay. But like, you can't just not do anything. You can't just not segfault me and not do anything. Like, that's not fair. Oh, you know what it might be actually? We might need to copy in the thing into the thing. We might have to call no, we can't. No, we can't. We have to do a manual transposition. Secure MI16 bunker in England. Oh. Never change. Never change. I need to do a manual transposition. So cells I dot grid C. We gotta do it the other way, lad. Cell NFT. What is my coffee order? Me? I don't typically... The fuck is that? Wait, what? Oh. I don't typically order a lot of coffee. I mean, I'm like... Maybe I'm like gonna come off as like annoying here, but like a latte. I hate myself as well, but it's like, you know. What the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why is it not working? Oh my god. Latte fortes. Yeah, I don't really like the fact that I'm a latte drinker, but I guess I am a latte drinker. I'm honestly, like, when I used to work in New York, what I would just get is a coffee with milk and sugar, like a normal, like I would just go to the deli and that's what I would get, right? So I don't really have a coffee order. I would just go to the deli and be like, oh, I want a large coffee. Like that's my coffee order. So, but if I'm like spending money on coffee and getting like a $5 coffee, then I'm gonna get a latte. Because at that point, if you're getting like a fucking Americano, go fuck yourself. Like, that's not a $5 coffee. You're just scamming yourself. You're actually scamming yourself. Drink water is free. I would love to know. I printed out. I output debug string the path. Oh, it doesn't find it. It doesn't find it. It doesn't find it because it only prints it out once, so it doesn't find it. Okay, so that means that we aren't saving it. Okay. Did I feel like these are like new ones that I just did. They're also large files, so it is saving them. It is saving them. Oh, brother from another mother. Oh shit. Wait. Oh shit. Look. Hey, look. The load button. Boop. There you go. I don't know why it wasn't working earlier. SSSSSSS. Okay, see, so you've got to be fucking kidding me with this shit. That this, like, it doesn't find things that you just saved. It only finds them after a reload. Also, this is now not working. Load DD. Oh, okay. So sometimes it loads DD and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, it's kind of sus. Did I just say it's kind of sus? What the fuck are you talking about? The fuck? I am logging when it doesn't find it. It printed out once, and if it printed out twice, then it found it. And I'm watching down there, and it doesn't find it. So sometimes it finds it, sometimes it doesn't. What was the one that I just saved? I don't know. Maybe it's going in a different place. No, it's not going in a different place. I'm not going to install Bonzi Buddy though. I'm sorry. No version control? Rob, I got a lot of version control, okay? I got copies on my flash drive as well, okay? I got copies of the entire code base, okay? Don't even get me started with no version control. Don't even get me started, bro. Okay, I feel like I don't have the patience to figure this shit out. Like, I just don't care enough. Like, how does it find it again? It goes F open, yeah, it just F opens the path. The path. Talking about version control. This fucking guy, bro. You already know that this guy is like, you know, not a React dev if he's talking about a version control. Like, dude, you're just doxing yourself. Okay, so if we do A, then it saves it, okay, to A. Okay, come on. A, see, this one. That's the one that we just did. Okay. Now we gotta memorize the same amount of A's. Okay. Bro, like, see, so I have too much printing out in the thing, but if you go back here, okay, I have too much printing out in the thing. Okay, but we're logging it, and you can go back and see. My frames are too fast. You can go out and see, so we printed out A, okay, we printed it out. And we didn't find it because we didn't do it again. So it's a race condition. It isn't a race condition, motherfucker, because I wait for single object. Okay? Jesus. I'm waiting for the single object. Maybe the dot slash doesn't work. Maybe you need to absolute path it. You probably do. Like, if I'm being honest, you probably do need to absolute path it. Because that's a correct directory, brother. That is absolutely the correct directory. Honestly, that's probably it. Actually, we can test this. So let's go into debug mode, and maybe debug mode will know the directory properly. So if we do, well, first of all, we have to get into a version where we can actually like see something, get some visual feedback going on. Okay, so stop, not that. That's the exact opposite of what I just said. Debug mode, bro. Okay. We get it. Oh, my please. Work with me here. Okay, we're getting growth. Okay, there we go. We got growth. Okay, so we're gonna call it Rob. Okay, we're gonna save Rob. We saved Rob. Now let's load Rob. Let's make a new thing. Let's make a new thing. It needs to look different so that I can get the visual feedback. Okay, there we go. That's different. And now let's load Rob. Okay, it's not finding rob.bin. Dude, like... Also, you crying about it being 2 megabytes? Like, yeah, it's 2 megabytes, dude. I gotta save the entire fucking grid. Like, what are you talking about? 2 megabytes. Like, yeah, I gotta save multiple grids. I gotta save the velocity. I gotta save all that shit, bro. Gotta save the velocity, the grid, the moving average of the grid, the sum. Yeah. Yeah, man. 2 megabytes is right. Ugh. Whatever, bro. Whatever. And you probably have to absolute path it, to be honest, but, like, I don't know. It's giving me the correct path. Like, that's the correct path, is /, you know, rob.bin. That's what it should be. And it's probably, like, not looking in the correct... It might be looking in here or something. I don't know. But it saves it to here, which is the weird thing. Does fopen_s... It gives you an error no T. What is an error no T? How do I read it? It's got an error, right? Error code. Okay. I know what an error code is. I'm not stupid, okay? But I want to know what the error is and how to read it, and it's not telling me that. So we're just gonna go to Rob. Okay, and error no TD 0. Does that mean that there was no error? Yeah, there was no error this time. Okay, well, go fuck yourself, I guess. So let's do another one. Sasa. Okay, this one definitely there was nothing. Sasa. Okay, we get to here. The error no T has 13. Okay, so fopen as error 13. Permission denied. Okay, there you go. There you go. It's a permission denied error. Okay, so listen. There you go. You win. You win. It's a permission denied. The permission was denied. There's a way to get the path of the currently running. Yeah, I went through that pain already, but yeah, that probably would have been healthful actually because I had to do this manual thing. But yeah, it's literally that it doesn't have permissions to open the file. So there you go. What is this even about? You need context. This is about kind of this like a cellular automata that I was trying to bring to 3D because it's a 2D thing, and I think I did it, you know. That's what it's about. So I don't know how to fix that with the permissions. Give permissions to read files Win32, I guess. I don't like. Maybe I need to change the directory itself. It says properties, turn it off, read only. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Now let's try and load sysaw. Okay, sysaw works. Let's try making another one called awk. Okay, like, I mean, seriously, dude, like, maybe it's not read-only? No, whatever, man, like, what is the problem? There's probably, like, some sort of permission that I have to give it. It's not applying, like, it's not applying my changes. It just took it off read-only. Dude, I don't know how to do this. Dude, this is Windows shit. Advanced? Whatever, man. There's no security thing on it. Did I close the file after saving it? What do you mean? Do you oh, wait, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think I do. Wait. Oh, I deleted that while I was... Oh. Rob, you might be the smartest person alive. I deleted that line while I was changing it. So... Oh, you're so true. Wow. Rob. Oh. Wow. That's a good one. I did miss that. I did miss that one. That's on me. That one's my fault. Okay, that one's my fault. That one is my fault. I take full responsibility for that one. My bad. My bad, guys. My bad, guys. My bad, guys. My bad. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You got me on that one, Rob. You got me on that one. Yeah, you got me on that one. Okay, I mean, so I didn't do shaders today, which, you know, is like the name of the stream or whatever. So I feel kind of bad about that, but next time I'll do shaders and make it look more pretty, I guess. But I'm pretty happy with it. I'm pretty happy with it. It is pretty neat to look at. I feel like once I get like better lighting and bloom, it'll probably look a lot better. I do think that the lighting I did with it is kind of ugly, to be honest. Maybe I can fix some of that right now, to be honest with you. I think at the time I put it in, I thought, oh, this is going to be so sick. But then, you know, I kind of like came to about it later. And I feel so stupid about that bug now. Oh, but it's alright. You know, we all make mistakes. SNorm doesn't do anything unless it's in RT mode, because that's how it works. It is a bit dark because I did change the amount of lighting when I added more lights. So that is true. Um, anyway, and now you can see it start to get biased in that direction. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. I don't know what I'm going to be back next. But maybe tomorrow. I'm going to keeping it real, you know. It is pretty fun to play out with all of this, to be honest. All right, my sister just got home, so I have to dip. Sick stuff though. I've never put the end this far up. It's actually pretty interesting because it isn't actually changing anything, at least that I can tell. I wonder if I actually didn't just implement that here. I did. Interesting. I guess it is changing things a bit. There are kind of changes. Makes everything super... Yeah, I've never changed the N very much. The N is the power to the other stuff. Yeah, see this is, see how it's biased in that direction? It's interesting. I wonder if no growth is still biased. Yeah, I wonder why it still is. It might actually be the border. Nah, it's still... Yeah, as soon as you have the oscillator in it, it goes totally in that direction. Yeah, this stuff is quite fun to play around with. Especially when you have some idea of what it does. Oh, cool. That was cool. Oh, that's cool. It's like a snake. Oh, that's fucking sick, man. That's so cool. That's so fucking sick. Oh man. That's so cool. Ah, that's fucking sick, man. Oh, that's cool. They're like snaking around each other. That's so cool. Okay, with that, I am going to leave it. It is pretty cool to see it all come together. But yeah, all right. I'm gonna leave it for today. Maybe I'm back tomorrow. Maybe the day after. Depends on if I get enough sleep or not. It's a lot cooler now that we have the UI to just like, you know, sit here and play around with it. It is honestly, I should have done that a long time ago. Because it makes it a lot more fun, I think. But yeah, next time we're just gonna do visuals, I think, because this stuff would look so sick with like better lighting. I think it would look like really, really sick. So got to get that done. Okay, peace out. Take care.